Alright. What's up, sacrificial milk? Milk? Milf? Milk? Oi. How's it going? You know, something I don't understand from YouTube commenters is why do they hate on my hair so much? Like, what's wrong with my hair? Is it unkempt? I don't even know. Is it because I don't comb it enough or something? I don't even know. I hardly comb it. It's a little weird. Never will I ever understand YouTube commenters. Brant. Ay, 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 ay. You know, another archetype of YouTube so I put out a video about Joe Rogan and how, you know, his conspiratorial nonsense is just like, you know, leads to him being fundamentally incurious. And some dude just gets in there and complains about like, you're like giving a rather broad general statement on conservatives, and I think that's not very conducive to building an audience. I'm just like, why would I want to build an audience with conservatives? Think about it for like literally 3 fucking seconds, okay? If I wanted to build an audience with fucking conservatives, I would have to make the just lowest common denominator, slop, low IQ, Drek content on the fucking planet, okay? I would have to tell them what they would like to hear in order to be able to build and maintain their rapport as an audience. And I don't want to do that because I do not agree with their politics, or I do not agree with what they have to say. I think of them as inherently anti-human, and they desire the doom and downfall of the human race. Unironically. So, why would I want to cater to them? Why should I? I don't want to cater to them. Fuck them. What they want is inherently abhorrent. Alright. So I believe the next step is magma hideout. Should be magma hideout. Well, first things first. Our level cap has increased, therefore we must increase our Pokemon's levels as well. Alright, magma hideout. Right. Tabitha and Courtney are a back-to-back fight. 8v6. Of course. Max is a double battle. Okay. Well, time to level up all these shitters now. I guess I could also talk about another thing that got me fucking triggered as well. I had a talk with my mom. And she basically did the unironic learn a trade fucking bullshit. It's just like, you know, if you're not finding any work in your current place of employment, maybe you should just find a work somewhere else. It's like, oh yeah, okay, where then? Maybe you should learn a trade, become a plumber or an electrician. I'm just like, dude, like, holy fucking shit, man. First off, no, like, there's, like, no fucking trades that are fucking hiring right now, okay? Like, who in the fucking trades is getting hired? Immediate first question. Second fucking question is just like, dog, like, they're trying to push for people to get into trades. Same fucking shit's going to happen like it did with fucking tech, okay? Where a bunch of people are going to go in thinking that there's going to be a lot of good paying jobs. And then, whoa, guess what? All these people are going to get fucking trade work, not scholarships, but learning. Because you have to go to fucking university and stuff like that. You have to go to colleges in order to learn how to do trades. They're going to get out. You know what's going to... They're going to get out a whole gaggle of these people because they're going to be propagandized into fucking thinking that it's like, oh yeah, it's like really easy to learn how to do a trade. It's like not very difficult. You get paid really, really well. It's easy one-stop shop to be able to get like a comfortable sort of like middle-class existence. All these motherfuckers are going to do that thinking it's like, oh yeah, it's going to be easy because they're fucking desperate. And the people in power, they're not actually going to address the real fucking issues, and that's with income inequality, right? They're gonna get out of these fucking goddamn trade schools, and there's gonna be like no fucking jobs available. And guess what? all these people who just wasted time, energy, and fucking effort in order to just learn how to do a fucking trade, quote unquote, are, whoa, going to fucking struggle to find any other work anywhere because they were sold another fucking lie. Similar to learn to code. It was all fucking bullshit. It's going to breed more fucking goddamn resentment amongst the, you know, lower classes. Then everyone's just gonna be like, oh, what happened? Why didn't you learn how to do a trade better or whatever the fuck? It's like, dog, like, you told everyone to get into this fucking goddamn particular line of work, and now you're shocked Pikachu facing when there's like too many of the people in that fucking particular trade or whatever the fuck. You're shocked Pikachu facing about that? Like, of course that was gonna happen. That was always gonna fucking happen. Because you made a promise, you made a guarantee saying like, oh yeah, this is like a one-stop shop. It's really easy to get into this, blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, there's like no jobs for that shit available, and it's a complete fucking shit show. And it's just like, well, like, why are you people fucking surprised by any of this stuff? That it inevitably just ended up being like, whoa, an economic fucking disaster. And just like that, everything's unstable again. It's just like, consequences of my actions. Will I ever learn from them? No. It's just fucking frustrating and annoying. It's like, why can't we just learn from the offset? What is the main drivers of inequality? Oh, it's because it's purposefully done that way because, again, the people in power are okay with the people who benefit from this fucking current status quo and rank fucking inequality that currently exists. People are okay with it. So it's just like, yeah, man, great, fantastic. It's just irritating, dude. You try to like tell these people like, this is the problem. Here's why it's not gonna work. This is fucking stupid. Can we literally do anything else? And it's just like, no, just do the thing, forehead. Just get a job, forehead. And it's just like, oh my god, you're just out of touch. I don't know how to fucking deal with you. I don't know how to talk with someone like you. Talking with people like you is fundamentally just impossible. You can't do it. You people are just incompatible with society. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? It's just extremely frustrating. How you spent all this fucking goddamn time and effort fucking explaining all of this shit, and it just flies over these people's heads every fucking time. It's just like, man, what the fuck am I supposed to do then? It doesn't matter what I say or what I do. These people just don't listen. They're fundamentally incapable of just listening. They just can't do it. Incredible. Ugh. It's just fascinating just how irritating it is. What can you do? What can you do? Besides, well, tax the fuck out of the rich. That's what needs to be done. Bring society to a place where everything is more equitable. material conditions are just deteriorating more and more so. But will that ever fucking happen? Oh, that's a completely different question. It's just an irritant. It is an irritant, it's incredibly frustrating, and I always just sit there wondering and thinking to myself, like, how the fuck do we do anything about this situation, about this problem? I just don't understand. Ay, ay, ay. Oops, I did not want to get rid of that. There you go. Shell Smash on Samurott? Okay. That's fucking crazy, actually. That is a crazy move to be giving fucking Samurott. Jesus. Alright, we're almost halfway done. Right. Now, Shell Smash on you is kind of fucking nuts, though. Like, Jesus. I think that's the fastest fucking Shell Smasher then in this game. If fucking that motherfucker gets Shell Smashed, kind of fucking broken, I'm not gonna lie. Double Iron Bash. Which does get boosted by Sheer Force, cause drops the make cause to flinch. 80 base power, 160 base power, fucking Double Iron Bash. Double Iron Bash boosted by Sheer Force is actually kind of insane, I'm not gonna lie though. That's pretty nuts. Where's the Grim Snarl? Keystone. Do I not have the Grim Snarl Keystone? No? Eh? I haven't given it to you. range. Alright, now we're starting to get to the good stuff. I think really the only things I think I'm missing are like just Dracovish and stuff like that. I'm missing a couple of things that I would like to get my hands on, because they're good. I have the tools to be able to get them now, so might as well. Teach Karam Earth Power. If I can find the damn move. There it is. Paint split. Don't think I want paint split. Albeit paint split's not bad on Fluttermane. Now Arrow Blast. Now we're kind of cooking. On Chug. Dark Chop. I mean, we have Knockoff. Knockoff is better, so. None of these should have, some of them might actually have hidden abilities. Yeah, a bunch won't. Yeah, more broken stuff won't, for sure. Solid rock on you seems actually pretty decent. Destiny Bond. Destiny Bond is an interesting move. You don't need Hurricane, I think. Yeah, like these shitters definitely will not have hidden abilities. These might. Yeah, you won't have them because you don't need them because you're too good. Not even on Iron Boulder, but the other two. I mean, the other two can certainly benefit from having sharpness. Tachyon Cutter, Secret Sword get boosted by sharpness. You always keep Volt Switch. Psyshock is also good too, yeah. Honestly, like, it's just a good upgrade. Just a free, really good upgrade. Sharpness on you is also just fantastic. Alright, let's wake. Fucking Zap Cannon on Big Neck is funny. I wonder if they give Cart sharpness. I doubt it, because Cart is really, really good. Yeah, I don't think so. I didn't think so. Cart doesn't need it. Actually, hold on. You should have Mold Breaker as an ability. You have Water Absorb, huh? That's funny. They do have hidden abilities, but it's the same as their normal abilities. It's good. Alright, and that's all the shitters taken care of. Take a Sunstone, I guess. Yeah, this is Yep, we're going there. So this is the change to the... Because normally there's a maxi fight here with Steven, and then Magma Hideout where you have another maxi fight. But they decide to cut that out completely. Bunch of shit that gets cut out. Hi, Steven. There's dive. Well, that's May telling me about Rayquaza. Thank you, May. What's up, FTS? How's it going, bud? Oh, you know, we're streaming. We're memeing. We made it to 100 subs. You know, so that's pretty cool. We made it to 100 subs. What's happening in Romania this time? Okay, yep. So now we can get our hands on the Tapus. There's Tapu Koko. Eaten by bears? Epic. Alright, Tapu Koko. We are going to now definitely get our hands on the Tapus. There's one thing that we're definitely going to do. I know where Lele is, and then it's merely a matter of finding the other ones, and that's Bulu. Bulu and Finny. I believe Tapu Lele is right there. Yeah, that's Tapu Lele. So let's go ahead and get them. Die. Well, thanks for the follow, Juliet. Appreciate that, bud. Calcium. Okay, we don't want to be here. Okay, that goes up over here. So this is another random isolated part. I have to make sure I have to be relatively thorough in terms of like all, because they've added a bunch of new stuff obviously in this ROM hack, especially seemingly around here where it's generally speaking very empty. So that means we have to check a lot of fucking dive spots. Again, there's a way to get to Tapu Lele around here somewhere. There's a way around here to get to Miss Lele. This also looks very suspicious. Actually, no, I think that's normally there. We're back at Lily Cove. Just not where we want to be. Well, again, the next thing we're supposed to do is head to the Jagged Pass and Magma Hideout. We're not going to do that yet. I think it would be better if we just get access to Sutopolis. We try to get the Tapus. Check the dive spots. So again, I did see Lele. We got Coco. I saw Lele. Which means we can get to Lele. Because we have dive. More than likely, that's all you need to get to her. We definitely want to get to her. I think we are right by Sutopolis. Yeah, we're pretty close by Sutopolis. This is Sutopolis. And we might as well get access to Sutopolis now. Well, we have access to a bunch of other fights in here as well. Door is closed, huh? All about defense. Let me guess. You have Way of the Sword. Okay, so this is where you get the Rusted Sword and the Rusted Shield. This is for Zacian and Zamazenta. Alright, so Zacian, Zamazenta. You get the Rusted Shield and Sword. Thank you. Thank you for a free doll. Use these relics. We don't have the orbs, but we get those probably from Kyogre and Groudon, so it's not the orbs. DNA splicers? This is DNA splicers? It's the only other thing I can think of. We do have Kyurem. It's not DNA splicers. But we might as well keep Kyurem with us just in case we do find the guy that gives us the DNA splicers, which I think is probably in Sutopolis or Pacific Log. Relics. We got the Reveal Glass, Prison Ball, the Gracidia Flower, Rotom Catalog. Trying to think of like Pokemon with forms. It's not Keldeo. Meloetta transforms in battle with Relic Song. Patini doesn't have anything. Genesect? The drives? But those aren't relics. Gen 6? I don't think of anything Gen 6. We have the Prison Bottle. What about Gen 7? Tapus don't have their own relics. I don't think the Solgaleo, no. I don't think the Ultra Beasts don't either. Melmetal, no. Tiny-sized Pokemon, you say? use this item correctly. Draco plate. Okay. It's for Arceus. Relics. Could it be Arceus? The plates? No, it can't be the plates. That wouldn't make any sense. I need to keep exploring. I'm gonna keep investigating all these damn houses. Okay, this is where the trainer battles are. For the other mythical gifted Pokemon. So that's where these guys are. These are more optional bosses. Let's see. Who's who? Donnie is the one in the front with the Dragapult. So Nat N is the one with the King Gambit. And Oblivion Wing. So Nat N, Oblivion Wing, and Donnie are in this building. In Sutopolis, so that's where they are. Idaho, how can you tell? Looking at their team sheet, and based off of the sprite that's following them, we can make a broader, sort of general assumption that that's who they are. And here's the other one. There's 6 in total in here. So that's the Urshifu. I think it's a Rapid Strike Urshifu. There's the guy with the Gengar. So the other 3 are Master James, Beffels, and Master Poussine. One of them does have an Urshifu Rapid Strike. I assume the other one has the Single Strike form of Urshifu. We'll come back later for these guys. Although all they give is, their rewards are gift Pokemon. Still don't really know what the relic thing is about with that one dude. Because it's not DNA splicers. There's more relics, of course. I think we've done everything we can do here for now. So we're gonna leave. Big Pearl. Right. We want to try to get our hands on our favorite little Pookie Bear. Hello. this? What's here? Valiant and Screamtail. This is how you can get them without use of the Mirage Tower. Okay, we're back at Moss Deep. There should be a Moss Deep fight area as well. Here they are. So this is, what? Sunburb, Sun Eel, and Dolomite. We give Victini, Darkrai, and Celebi. Okay. Ay, 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 ay. That's how we got Tapu Koko. Another thing we can now fully explore, though, is New Mauville, which we probably should do right now. Yeah, we'll just do that now. There's more than likely some kind of goodie in there. In the dive spot. So we've already pretty much cleared this area. All we have left is this. Alright, what do we got in here? Find the key. Maybe I need to use the item finder. Or rather, the dowsing machine. Because the damn key is supposed to be around here somewhere. On here. There's a key around here somewhere that you're supposed to find. I think you can only find it with a dowsing machine. I'm not even clicking the right button. I'm a dumbass. It's delete, not fucking S. Idiot. No response. Nothing here. It's more than likely in here somewhere. Nothing here. Here? I think there's supposed to be something in here. No, nothing. Nothing. Over here? Yes, perfect. Okay, we can start with this puzzle now. Alright, here we go. Oh, I saw that. Right, shiny, but it's just trash. Key 4. Here. 6. No response. Yeah, they go away once you find the thing. Okay, cool. Luxury ball. This one you have to rely on the dowsing machine. There's Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini's in room 2. So that's the reward for going. This is where they incorporated abandoned ship. It's for Tapu Fini. All that's left is Bulu. Hello. Scanner. Okay. I believe that's for a side quest. For something. Take it up with the guy up here. Yes. We'll give that to Captain Stern. Alright, we're out of here. Yeah, we are out of here. Won't let me get out of here, bastard. Okay, we have to leave then. Not sure if this will really lead to anything, but it might, so... There's Captain Stern. Right, it can either give... Yeah, this is how you get a deep sea tooth or a deep sea scale, right? To evolve Huntail. Or just to evolve, Clam Pearl. Well, in this case, we also get our hands on Tapu Fini with it as well, so... That's an additional benefit. Of course, we can't do anything with here quite yet. Alright, so we are out of here. Now we have to figure out where Tapu Bulu is and how to get to Tapu Lele. I know where Tapu Lele is. I don't know about Bulu. I have no idea where the fuck Bulu is. High tide here as well. Which means we have stuff we can investigate in this area now in Shoal Cave, because high tide is here. What's in here? If there's anything interesting in here. Besides the stuff to make a shell bell, which I don't really need. Still be something interesting in here. If I recall, you're supposed to get 5 of each shell and salt. And you can only get the shells when it's high tide and get the salt. And get the salts when it's low tide. I think that's the, if I recall, I believe that's the gimmick of Shoal Cave. Ugh. Tapu Fini. Now to get the Tapu Lele. We already found Tapu Koko. We also need to find Tapu Bulu. What's this? Oh, there's definitely one of them here. No. Just an item? Worthless. There's fucking nothing here. Not even by the trees? Okay, so no Tapu Bulu. I thought for sure we cracked the code on that one. This is the giant main trench. Obviously, this is where Seafloor Cavern is. This is where we do not need to be right now. It's for continuing the story. Oh, that's how we get to this particular area. Hi. It's alright. This is how you get to Evergrande. I see 2 Samurats. Okay, bully him. Can't obviously get up there yet because we don't have surf. Or we don't have, not surf, but not waterfall. Get in for now. Yep, there's Seafloor Cavern. Still not exactly what we're looking for. Bundle is available in this area. That reminds me, where is Don Dozo? Big Dozo, Bozo, Lozo. Don Dozo. Route 109. Route 109 by surfing, 30% chance. Okay. We can go get one real quick. Because that's Route 109 right there. And I could have had one like forever ago. That's okay. Big guy. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. I have no idea where... where could Tapu Bulu be? Okay, roamers. Claim the Mystic Ticket from the Windstrait family. We can face the Windstraits again to get a ticket. Okay, interesting. Keldio's in Victory Road. Roamer. Okay. Another fucking roamer. Malawada Genesect are... Safari Zone. Dancy's a fucking badge. Victory Road. Yeah, Laylee, Coco. Use dive on Route 124. Okay. Just a bit to the right of the Tuber Girl. That's alone. Tuber Girl, that's alone. Let's see. Tuber Girl, that's alone. It's here. There she is. Now, Bulu. Oh, it's in Rusturf Tunnel. Oh, that's the, Alright, first let's go back here. Because I feel like, yeah, there's gonna be there's something over here for sure. Right here. Here's Bulu. That's all the Tapus. Nice. And we have some actual good terrain setters. Nice. Big. Very big. Right, Kung Fu is when you do the last man Dawn fight, so can't get those yet. Reggie Draco is in Route 114. Little cave on the left side of the wooden bridge. Roamers. Seafloor Cavern Magma Hideout for the Treasures of Ruin. Ogre Pond. And most of the things are just not available. Okay. I think we can get the hell out of here now. Going. A good one, Boy Meets Miniature. Alright, well, most of the roamers are not really relevant, so... no. Categorically speaking, you are not allowed to make dad jokes, actually. Because I'm racist now against dads. Too bad I don't breed. That sounds like a skill issue to me. Skill issue? No bitches? No bitches. Well, we have now gathered all the tapus. We now have all the tapus. The tapus are now mine. They're a very good Pokemon. They're very good, folks. It's true. And who needs Labubu when Tapu exists? That's true. I still don't understand what the obsession with like Labubu is. Like why has Labubu taken off as it has? Like is it like the gotcha element or something? Is this like more gotcha slop shit? Because I understand like there's a gotcha element to it. That's like the immediate assumption that I'm going to make. You know? There's like some fucking slop thing to this or some shit, I think. Oh, what's up, Alex? Oh, it's fucking K-pop shit. It's all idol culture fucking shit. Okay, whatever. Frickin' damn nabbit. Loves K-pop but hates Labubu. Her friends have Labubu purse charms, but she's way more base. The Kirby purse charm. I agree, I think Kirby is more base. That man Sakurai made fucking Kirby, okay? Sakurai? That man Sakurai made fucking Kirby, okay? Bro knew he was doing. It's just like, listen, sometimes it doesn't have to be complicated. You can just make a stupid little fucking idiot and it's easy. It's just like, oh, yeah, look at the stupid little idiot Sakurai made. It's pretty good. Okay, how the fuck am I gonna beat these dumbasses? Water fairy types are still really, really good against fucking Tabitha. Except he's got a Palmont, so it's not as a big of a deal. It's more annoying, honestly. I think I might lead. I think I might try to do partake some kind of shenanigans here. I want to fake out user, I think. The reason I want to fake out user is probably because of the fact that that the Talonflame, what it's going to want to do, it's going to probably want to try to set up Tailwind, and I don't want Courtney to get the Tailwind. So it's like, okay, you could taunt it, but I'm just like, nah. I'm just gonna fucking insta-give it with a fucking goddamn Lopunny. Where's Lopunny? Where is Mega Lopunny? BTS and Cat's Eye merch. You know what? I'm going back to being racist again. I hate stan groups. Categorically. Or I hate, like, I don't like K-pop because of the shit it does in terms of, like, you know, whatever stupid idol stan culture bullshit. Don't like it. This is only making me more racist. Where'd I put Lope Honey? Where'd I put that stupid ass rabbit? Am I just blind? I can't find it. Am I just brain damaged? That's a rhetorical question. Where's this damn rabbit? There it is. Alright, let's put all these idiots back in their corner. Why else would I bring it? It's basically worthless otherwise. Do I want Primarina as the water fairy, or do I want other Pepega? Let's take Azu. Leaf Storm, Glare, Dragapulse, and Power Ice. That is a moveset that does not hit steel types. On that superior. Como can be handled by Azu. Honestly, we probably want more fairies. Take the demon itself with us. I don't need booster energy on this thing. I think I just want to boost its special attacks, so I'm just going to slap choice specs on it. get Fluttermane. Scorch. Want a strong water type, probably to take that thing out. We can't use other stuff. Here's a strong water type. Wake. Let's use flying types. Flying types are also pretty good. This fight. Decent against the Embor. Could take Jug. I mean, there's plenty of good targets for you. I'll give you a booster energy. Which one of your stats is higher? I've not given you a beneficial nature, so we're gonna make your speed be higher. Fast pivot, slow pivot. Probably also just want another good tank. These three are gonna be the main damage sources. Give Azu its much needed thing. Give it its assault vest. I gave you the choice specs. Overkill, but you know, whatever. Well, because all you need is a magnet. I could take you. Do I need you? Not really. No, I don't really need this thing. Why don't I just take Toxapex with me then? Do I want the defensive one or do I want the specially defensive one? Take G-King as well. G-King might be better. Let's just go with Old Reliable instead. Alright. Let's reteach return to low punny. Get rid of triple axle, because we don't really need triple axle in this fight. Hello, Meline. They're here. Guess who's here? Oh, God damn it. Didn't want to do that. Guess who's here? Guess who it is? Son of a bitch, I can't get up there. Yes. And that is a fish. Favorite little fucking fishy. Acquired. Now we're gonna get that big man. Big man Tinglu. And he is a big man. Look at how big this man is. One big man. Let's get through all these dumbasses real quick. Dead. Lived. Well, that's the power of a base 140 special of defense. You just live. A shortcut out. hideout, I think. This takes me to an item. A master ball. Okay. Worth? I missed. Well, you know, at least we got our high jump kick miss out of the way. And now Sacrificial MILF has returned? What the? What kind of lip cuck shit is this? Oh, you know, we're just, Alright, the thing had Burning Bulwark for some fucking reason. Alright, cool. You know, we're bullying ne'er-do-wells. As any 12-year-old child must. So there, we are almost at our destination. I believe that is our 2 admins right there. The cuck chair. What are you, a cuck? I mean, you are on the left, right? That means you are a cuck automatically. That's how that works, right? Right? On the left, cuck. Imagine me a cuck. Alright, let me double check to make sure. Yes, Tabitha and Courtney. That's them. And the game crashed. Nice. That is them. Tabitha and Courtney. It's not the game, it's the emulator. Being dog shit. Seat's warm. As expected from a left-wing cuck. Like yourself. What are you, a fan of Sneeko? Imagine being a fan of Sneeko in the year of our Lord. Alright, bastard. You know what? You want to be annoying. No, but, no. Aiden Ross sniffs seats, but Sneeko is he's an unironic cuck. Like, unironic, like, that was, like, what basically made him become, like, red-pilled or, like, whatever the fuck, was the fact that he was a cuckold. But he unironically was in the cuck chair watching people cuck his girlfriend. That is unironic. One thing that I have forgotten to do was switch out the fucking items. So that means I have to get the fuck out of here first. Use an escape rope real quick. I need that choice specs. I need those fancy spectacles. That you currently possess. And I have to find the monkey. Monkey. Where's that damn monkey? Is that man Tinglu there? Yeah, that man Tinglu is there. Big man Tinglu. Big man. Where the fuck? There it is. Alright, everyone got their items. Alright. Back there we go. I was originally complaining about how, you know, I had talked with my mom about learn a trade, so that's cool. She's just like, it's almost been a year since you've had a job. Maybe you need to learn how to become a plumber. I'm just like, bro, that's not gonna fucking fix the fucking problems. And I go on to, and then, you know, I start my fucking rant saying, like, yeah, why is this fucking really dumb and stupid? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're just saying that because you just don't want to work. And it's just like, that's not, well, that's what she didn't say that directly because she knew I'd get fucking mad about that. Yeah, it's the new IT. Like, trades are the new IT. Like, literally. It's the most... It's the sweet nothings instead of, you know, Republicans are advocating for what? Instead of advocating for fucking economic policy that would fix problems, instead they want to whisper sweet fucking nothings into your talking about, like, learn a fucking trade, and it's just like, that's not gonna fix any of the problems at all. It's not gonna help or do anything whatsoever, but, you know, as expected, this is just, like, complete nambly, pambly, bimply, wimbly fucking bullshit. It's annoying, and I really dislike it. It's just so fucking irritating that it's always the same fucking cycle over and over and over again. Purposefully, no one wants to learn their fucking goddamn lesson at all whatsoever. It's the fucking most annoying shit on the planet. Anywho. Like... I could spend like an hour explaining it to her, saying like, okay, I literally made a video about this. Here's the whole thing. Blah, 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 blah. Here's why it's just a complete grift. It's just an excuse for people to just not, like, try to fix the economy or do anything about, like, the fundamental problems, which is rich people having way too much fucking money and there being no good jobs as a result. It's just like... Because the problem with these, with my fucking with my parents, is they only think in one term only, and that's money. That's it. That's the only way that they fucking think of anything. It's just like, how do you make fucking money? It's just like, that's not you can't. No one makes fucking any money anymore. Like, what are you talking about? Do you not understand the nature of the economy? No. They pretend that they do, but they don't get it. It's just like, oh, brother, it's so annoying. It's so annoying having to constantly explain this to them. And it's just like, I can't fucking do it anymore. I don't want to. It's so stupid. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've already acknowledged that I'm basically fucked. Like, I've been dealt a shit hand. I'm basically cooked. Oh, but Idaho, you could work really, really hard in order to be able to... shut up. It's fucking cope. Don't give me any of this fucking pimbly, wimbly, nambly, pambly fucking bullshit. Nonsense. Yeah, and I could, like, I don't know, finger myself in my asshole to make, like, I don't know, $50,000, like, I don't know, a year on OnlyFans or some shit. I could do that. Like, fuck off. It's the most irritating shit on the planet, dude. I fucking hate it, man. Alright. Let's get started. Learn a fucking trade. God, disgusting, honestly. Alright, chat. Say hi, YouTube. YouTube! Tabitha and Courtney. Or Courtney and Tabitha. Back-to-back fight. Here's the team. A lot of the same concepts, broadly speaking, apply here. Courtney is actually very, very weak to Iron Jugulus. In fact, I think I forgot to change Iron Jugulus's fucking nature, didn't I? Yes, I did. Never mind. We're gonna redo this. Forgot to change Jugulus's fucking nature. Very important that I get the plus speed on Jug. Perfect. And I'll outspeed literally anything. I'll try that again. Listen, don't shut hawk shit on Popcat. What did Popcat do to deserve any of this? Popcat's base. Let's get started. Alright, chat. Say hi, YouTube. YouTube! Tabitha and Courtney. The team. Should be pretty self-explanatory. These dorks are quite weak, honestly, to Iron Jugulus. Iron Jugulus is pretty good. And we have Mega Lopunny specifically just to prevent the Talonflame from setting up its, well, basically its whole shenanigans, right? It has Gale Wings, it's got Tailwind. That's really the only reason why I have the Lopunny, is that I just want to instigate the Talonflame to make sure it doesn't put up Tailwind. Although it's more likely, well, it'll probably try to click either U-turn or Tailwind turn 1, so I just want to fake it out and just instantaneously just take down. Otherwise, Courtney is very weak to Iron Jugulus. Jugulus pretty much just clicks Aeroblast and everything. Takes everything out with Aeroblast. And as for Tabitha, Tabitha is still weak to just, like, fairies, to be honest, and water fairies in general. So, you know, obviously makes its return. And then we have, like, a pretty decent little defensive back core. Alright, let's get started. Hey. Hey, it's me. Alright. Courtney. It is an 8v6. Alright, well, we're executing the plan here. Quick fake out. Into a return should take out the Talonflame. Talonflame. Alright, comes in now. I assume it's the Como. Just U-turn out here. More than likely it wants to go for Aura Sphere. If I were to take a guess. Could also go for Clangorous Soul. But otherwise, I'm gonna go for Jugulus here. Even if it goes for Clangorous Soul, with the booster energy speed boost, I should still outspeed it. And I should be able to live in Aura Sphere. It's just neutral. Alright, we are in a position to basically clean Courtney up here. So for some reason, this thing gets Aeroblast. Dead. That's like the bulkiest thing that she has, is that Como. Dead. Yeah, sure. You're gonna Mega. That's fine. You're still probably dead to this. This is a really strong hit. high critical hit ratio as well. Oh, it lives with 1! That's crazy. That might have been a roll. That's unfortunate. That's okay. She still has a superior left in the back. That's fine. Lived with 1. Nice meme. Big dick damage right there. So this is why we have Corviknight use this thing. That's kind of annoying. Not hidden power ice from this thing with like no leaf storm boost, so no. Superior. And that's Courtney done. That's Courtney done. I only lost 1 Pokemon to you, Courtney. I'm not that weak, buddy. Hey, big man. Palmot. I don't know if the tandem of Fake Out and Return will take this thing out. Here's the thing with Iron Jugulis, and Iron Jugulis have also been really good here as well. My guess is he wants to go for Drain Punch. I really want to get the Fluttermane in. Die. You're dead. This may not be Moonblast, but it's still Specs. Specs boosted Dazzling Gleam. Do you live Specs Dazzling Gleam from Fluttermane? Let's find out. I'm curious. Do you live this? It's not Moonblast. It doesn't get Moonblast. I think it's Moonblast like level 82 or something. But this hit is really strong. It lives. You can go for Fiery Wrath. I would probably do that. I might actually live this. Yeah, Fluttermane has good special defense. Down you go. If it was Moonblast, I would have KO'd. Do you outspeed me? No. Get out of here. How dare you disrespect me like this? Do you don't have Scarf? Get the hell out. How dare you disrespect me like this? Alright, well this thing can actually live one of my hits. Funny thing about this thing is, its ability makes it such that I think it has more speed and it can hit harder, but only on the first hit. Ugh. Strong hit. I think it's only on the first hit is how Bull Rush works. It should do less damage, I think. Well, as always, Azu with the hard body, baby. Goodbye, Tabitha. Bye-bye, Tabitha. Sure, man. You're trying to aura farm? Well, I guess you're talking about Maxi with the whatever the fuck. Anyway, whatever. YouTube! You know where to catch these live as always, both on YouTube itself and on twitch.tv/daharumba. You know where it is. As always, remember to like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. You know how it is. Anyway, peace out, YouTube. Nice. Okay, Maxi. Maxi. This is a double battle against him. Incineroar with Intimidate. Halucha. No, not Maxi for stopping. No. Cacturn, Chi-Yu. So there's a fucking fish here. Camerupt, and most importantly, the fucking Primal Groudon. How are we gonna deal with Primal fucking Groudon, is the question. Primal fucking Groudon is a fucking problem. I want to use probably Photosynthesis Pokemon against the Primal Groudon. So in this respect, I might just bring Sandy Shocks. Probably bring Sandy Shocks with a air balloon, I think, might actually do the trick. I have no way to stop the Desolate Land. You can't stop it with the airlock. But I don't think I need to do that. I want Primarina. Because the Fairy type is good. And we need to lead off with something that has Fake Out pressure. I'm going to give Primarina the Assault Vest. We'll give you a nice air balloon. Where's the damn air balloons? There we go. Give you an air balloon. I'm going to use the Groudon's own Desolate Land against itself. So that means we are pumping up that special attack. No more of this speed boost fucking shenanigans with you specifically, even though like the stats were tied at that point, which means there would have been needed to be adjustments there. Nope. We want all special attack all the way. We want to do some big fucking dick damage. And then we also need ways to be able to take out the Camerupt and some of the other shit on his team. We need something... We don't need anything fast. We want stuff with Fake Out. I was thinking about, do I just bring Rillaboom with me again? Rillaboom doesn't really have a lot of good targets in this game. I think I just take... Honestly, I think I just keep Megalopunny again. Yeah, I think I'm just staying with Megalopony. Because it'll give me my fake out pressure that I want. And more than likely how this will work is what I think is going to happen is that the AI, when it uses fake out, generally speaking, it tends to use fake out on Pokemon that are faster than it, if it has fake out. So more than likely, I think the Incineroar is going to go for the fake out, not on the Primarina. I think it's going to go for the fake out on the Lopunny. Which means I'm free to just spam Hyper Voice, which is what we're going to do. We're going to just, that's going to be our turn one. Fake out Hyper Voice from these two. Fluttermane is also pretty decent here as well against Maxi. Actually, it's not that good. Bundle is pretty good. Like, these three are going to perform fantastically against him. And all of them have switch moves as well, so that's going to be great. Which means we can now pretty much stack the rest of our stuff with potential other utility moves. And offensive prowess. Trying to think if there's a way I can get more like water priority. The only problem is just going to be that annoying ass Groudon. Annoying ass Groudon being real dumb and annoying. How does Hydro Steam interact with Desolate Land? Probably fizzles out. How does... Because it's just a water move. Hydro Steam... Hydro Steam... work in Desolate Land. It shouldn't work. Yeah, it gets nullified. Top answer, evaporated. Okay, figured. Figured it would, because it's a water move. It's a water move, it gets evaporated. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Just need to make sure. Take Garchomp with me, maybe? I need something to make sure that the fucking annoying ass fucking thing does not be too annoying. Specifically, what I mean by the annoying ass fucking thing is the thing. The camera upped. Because the camera upped's a problem. I can't just use water priority because if he has it with the fucking goddamn Groudon, that's a fucking problem. I also need to make sure I somehow get this thing in to position with the Groudon. Dogie afraid. Poor Dogie. Poor Doge. Oh, I don't know if you saw the Joe Rogan fan, Boy Meets Mini, who was like being very upset and annoyed about the fact that I was saying that Joe Rogan kind of fucking sucks. And that conservatives just kind of suck. I don't know if you saw that, dude, but that guy was just like, I don't think it's a very good thing for you to be saying that about, like, Joe Rogan and stuff. Like, why are you just, like, writing off conservatives inherently? I write off conservatives inherently because conservatives fucking suck. They are wretched, terrible people. They believe in a system and an ideology that is wholeheartedly anathema to human existence, and as such should be appropriately shat upon. Conservatives are anti-human. I am a humanist. I believe in the promise and potential of fucking humanity, okay? Conservatives do not. Joe Rogan is a dipshit fucking conservative, so therefore everything he stands for and believes in is anathema to what I want to see in the world. And I don't know, you can like cope about it or something. I don't really care. Keep in mind, I don't think this guy who's asking these questions is like inherently malicious. I'll be honest. I don't think the dude's malicious or anything. I think he's just like a dumbass Joe Rogan fan, and it's just like, dude, like, I don't give a shit if I'm shitting on like a whole group of people. Like, bro's just saying like, oh, I don't think this is like very conducive to being able to grow an audience. It's like, I don't give a fuck about like growing an audience of like stupid morons and dipshits. Like, what would you think I'd be interested in growing an audience like that? Is my question. Well, I am the critical racist theorist, so, you know, makes sense. You know, Hydreigon has a pretty good time here as well. Take Hydreigon. Just a good matchup overall, to be honest, for Hydreigon. Can switch on a lot of stuff. U-turn out. Don't know if I want Scarf on it though. If I just want to go specs. Maxie's team is not very fast. I mean, Chiyu outspeeds it, but Chiyu does not have a move to be able to hit Hydreigon with. So it does not need the Scarf. I mean, it still hurts because it's fucking Chiyu, and Chiyu is like a degenerate. It's like a fucking just stupid, dumb fucking Pokemon, but I think I want the power. gonna equip the specs on it. Yeah, well, I want the power. As for you, I think I'm just gonna be. I could just give this thing a choice band, right? Just go fucking full balls to the wall choice band. Or honestly, I should just give it. I could also give it the life orb. Lack of subjectivity makes it hard for people to know the difference between quitter system and bad faith. That's a pretty good point, yeah. I can agree with that. Do I want to just take Fluttermane with me? Fluttermane doesn't really have that many good targets. Like, he's got a couple of dark types, but like they're dark fire, and like the only good targets are like Kalucha and Cacturn. Which are fine targets, obviously, but like, I'd rather just go with Primarina. It's like just my strong AoE special attacker. Does the job just fine. I think I'm just gonna go with Soft Sand for you, I think. Well, you know, death of subjectivity and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. One more Mon. Who can we take to round it all out? Yeah. Maybe another fake out user. I could just bring you just for fake out purposes, but like you don't really do anything else. What about you? You have fake out. Are extremely tanky. Give the Assault Vest to Primarina, though. And you won't like ground moves. But you destroy 2/3 of his team. You have a very good matchup against 2/3 of his team. Why don't we take Big Hands? Yeah, Iron Hands seems pretty decent. It's an additional fake out support, I think. I'm pretty sure this thing gets fake out. If it's like Hariyama, yeah, it gets fake out. Yeah. 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 I like this. Why don't we just give you a Shuka? Yeah. Yeah, I like this. Alright. Big hands. Big man with the big hands, with the big plan. Alright. Shuka, shuka, shuka. That should be everyone's items all sorted out. Alright, where's the big man with the big plan? Are you all good, though, in terms of nature and everything? Yes. Yes. Alright, big man. Let's do it. Alright, chat. Say hi, YouTube. YouTube! Maxi. Primal Grout on this time. Here's the team! It's a double fight, huh? That, Primal Grout on, huh? Even the camera up is a big problem. But... I don't really know how to describe this team. Like, you know, Megaloponie's just good. He's got Fake Out and stuff. It's fast. He's got a Chi-Yu. He's gonna have the Primal Grout on. He's got threats. They're annoying. And there's, like, some other, like, little idiots in there or something. Pretty much the plan for turn 1 is we're just gonna Fake Out the Hawlucha. If I recall correctly with how Fake Out mechanics work, is more than likely the Incineroar is probably going to Fake Out, because he's got an Incineroar. The Fake Out, it's probably going to Fake Out the Lopunny, if I were to take a guess. It's going to Fake Out the Lopunny, and leave the Primarina alone, probably, because Lopunny is faster. But Lopunny itself has Fake Out in its fashion. The Incineroar, its Fake Out will go first. At least I think that's how it works. I think. So we're just going to hope that that's how that manipulation works. Hey, buddy. He's got the right orb. Uh-oh. He's gonna listen to him and not be pissed off at him. Uh-oh. Alright, asshole. Let's go. What's up, big man? Alright. The plan is we are going to Fake Out the Hawlucha. It's more than likely going to go for a Poison Jab with the Primarina. We're just going to click Hyper Voice. Perfect. The AI behaved exactly as I thought it would. Perfect. The Lucha did manage to live, though. I am okay with this, I think. We're gonna high jump kick. I'm gonna flip turn out, I think. No. We're gonna do this instead. Hydreigon has a pretty good matchup against the rest of his team. This is specifically here for the Groudon and potentially also the other stuff in the back. But I can also U-turn out with that. I'm gonna bring the Flygon. Perfect. I was thinking he was gonna try to make me slow down, grab the wall. I do not care at all about the Premier getting me slow down. That's fine. You can slow it down. I don't give a shit. Easy picks, easy picks. Fish. Alright, the problem with this situation that we find ourselves currently with right now is fish and Flygon speed tie. Now the question is what is the fish going to do here? My suspicion is the fish is probably going to attack into the Flygon slot. So I can either break in, which means I can either go for Psychic or go for Dark Pulse here. So I can either bring in Hydreigon here, or I can bring in the Iron Hands. Now I want to do it like this because I think the Cacturn is definitely attacking the Freeborn. Perfect. Perfect. That's still gonna hurt because it's freaking Chiyu. It's a demon. That energy bolt kind of hurt. Jesus. We fake out the fish. Click U-turn. You're probably dead. In fact, I know you're dead. We can do one of two things. We can either bring in the Lopunny to take out the fish, or we can bring in the Sandy Shells here. Now the question is, does he bring in the Camerupt, or does he bring in the Primal Groudon? My suspicion, my guess here, is that he's probably going to bring in the Camerupt. So I want to bring in the Lopunny. Out here making all the correct calls. So here's what we can do here. We can, I think we just Drain Punch. I'm trying to think, do I want to use, how exactly do I want to use my Fake out here? Because I want to Volt Switch out, I want to bring in the Sandy Shocks. To prep for the Groudon. We know the fish is locked in. It is locked in on Dark Pulse. Lopunny does resist Dark Pulse. It's not very... It's relatively frail. It should live a Dark Pulse. It should live a Dark Pulse. Preserve the air balloon on the Sandy Shocks that I have on it. I don't want to lose that. If Lopunny dies, Lopunny dies. It shouldn't die? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Perfect. Alright, we are pretty much getting set up here to just clean up this game. We are now perfectly in position here. We're gonna take these two out. You're dead. You're dead. Probably. Now, the reason why we want the Sandy Shocks in here is because we're going to use the Groudon's Desolate Land against itself. Groudon is going to give my Sandy Shocks here a special attack. Its special defense is not as high as its physical defense, and it is a fire ground type, which means it is weak to ground. Sandy Shocks is in position to just instantly take it out, along with the Lopunny. So thank you for the Proto Boost. You're gonna die. This game is over. The high jump kick in tandem with the Earth Power, you're not living. And down you go. That's max. A nice primal, idiot. That went perfectly. Now, bro thinks you're not him anymore. He's leaving. Yeah, you ain't him. Yeah, cause you suck. I guess that's like sort of the game's justification. Try to be like, oh, I caught it, but like, it said like, I owned you in a Pokemon battle, so I decided to leave or something. Whatever. Oh, you made a grave mistake, huh? Alright, nice meme. Get out of here. Get! Well, anywho, YouTube. Well, I'm just glad that fight went exactly perfectly how I mapped it out in my brain. Very, very good, very cool. Anywho, well, as always, in order to catch these live, as always, both on Twitch and YouTube, on twitch.tv/Daharumba. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. You know how it is. Anywho, peace out, YouTube. Nice. And just like that, that's how we are now officially done with all the Team Magma fights. Done. Now it's for the Team Aqua fights. Same thing, but with Team Aqua. Yeah, Team Magma is officially gone. We have defeated them. Another escape rope. Hey, nice. I love it when a plan comes perfectly together. Oh boy, nice. Alright, well, I guess it's time for yapping time, huh? Yaps. Yapping time. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm going to go to the bathroom first, fill up my water bottle, and then we will talk about the topics de jour, at least that I have listed on in the stream title. Anyway, I'm back. Boom. And I have returned from the depths, from the darkness. I forgot to click enter on this thing. Ripsh. Whoops. Fourth of July, huh? Has anyone seen the clip of that one streamer saying that, what, a $10,000 check isn't enough after expenses? I'm very curious. Question that I have is that this individual is saying that she spends $5,000 a month on travel. I'm just like, $5,000 a month on travel? If you're an IRL streamer, okay, I think that can make sense. If you're just touring around the world, gallivanting about, okay. Sure, $5,000 on travel makes sense. But I'm missing some context here. Snow cone with 2 W's. What's this boy meets Minnie? Yeah, like, I'm trying to think, like, what do you spend $5,000 a month on travel? So there's this streamer who's talking about how expensive it is to stream, okay? She's just like, talks about how expensive it is to be being a content creator. 10,000. So she's saying that if I get, like, not that she gets, like, if you get a $10,000 paycheck from Twitch, you spend $5,000 of it on travel. $2,000 on rent, okay, that makes sense. $500 on stream setup. I guess it depends, but that's like a one-time purchase. Depends on what the stream setup is. And $400 on Wi-Fi / IRL toolkit. Now, the IRL toolkit there, I think, is a hint. In particular, right? The toolkit stuff is... My assumption here is she must be like some kind of like a travel streamer who travels to different locations and does IRL streams. Which now makes me even more curious. What kind of content does she do?
Nice.
Shut up. She's an IRL streamer. No, she's not. So she's done some IRL streams, okay. Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals and some other shit is mostly what I'm seeing here. I'm mostly just seeing Marvel Rivals and just like standard streamer shit. The problem with this clip is that it seems it's pretty fucking out of context, because there is an argument that can be made here. It can be very difficult to become a content creator, but not because of expenses. If you're a mid-tier streamer, I would say more so, yes. Expenses become more of an issue if you're a mid-tier streamer. Like, basically on the cusp of becoming a full-time streamer. Then, yes, I think this argument makes sense. However, personally, I think the biggest problems for people being a streamer is obviously if you're a fucking smaller content creator, because discoverability on Twitch, especially depending on what you do, is horrendous. I'll use myself as an example. I'm a politics streamer, okay? I do political commentary. I also play video games, okay? I play video games in the first half, and then I just yap about politics, okay? That's what I do, all right? So, is there, like, an argument to say that since I am already inherently controversial, talking about political topics, I'm already making it such that I'm going to alienate a large portion of a potential audience instantaneously, thus making it much harder for myself to be able to grow? Yes, absolutely. That's not even a question. I would even make this exact same argument for, I would say, a lot more sort of booby streamers. A lot more, like, ASMR-y, sexually explicit streamers as well. Definitely much harder for them to grow as well. Because of, well, stigmatisms. A lot of stigmatisms. But more so, the biggest problems with streaming on Twitch in general is the algorithm is very hostile against you. So there is an interesting talk here, but the problem is that it's gonna get like fucking clouded and fucking poisoned by a lot of fucking just stupid shit, to be honest. It's a conversation that's gonna get inherently fucking poisoned because of the fact that, you know, she's a woman streaming on Twitch, complaining about how expensive things are. That's really about it. Snowcone explained the situation more during her broadcast. Okay, so Dexerto does provide context, noting how she was at a point in her career where she needed to travel to events to elevate her content and make connections. We're at a stage where all the money gets reinvested into the career. All my money from streaming goes back into streaming. I think this month I made negative $1,000 because every penny goes to trips, paying editors, paying clippers, or buying shit for the setup, or buying food or plane tickets or stuff to make content. I'm still curious as to how she gets to 5K per month per travel. That's like the only, like... Because there is, like... Okay, there's stuff that can be talked about here, obviously. But I think these are problems for, like, smaller streamers. She's not a small streamer. She's, like, a decently sized streamer. She has, like, 80K followers. But I'm just, like... curious. With 80K followers, yeah, she's a partner. Yeah. I mean, you know, it is hypothetically speaking possible to not be a follower with that many, not be a partner with that many followers, but like there are people who have significantly less followers than that and have partner. I mean, it always depends on who like tunes in and shit like that, and audience retention and shit like that. Blah 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 blah. Whatever, right? We know the meme. We know the meme. I've talked. You know, we can like litigate all of this. There is like stuff that can be talked about here, though. I'll take a look at this actually. I want to throw my 2 cents into this ring. As well as a bunch of quick, fun little things I think are funny. And then what? Main topics that I said. Lia Thomas. Oh boy, Lia Thomas. Bisexuals are spiritually Israeli. Okay. Dude, it's fucking homosexuals always have like problems with bisexuals. It's really funny. They're always like inherently discriminatory to fucking bisexuals. Many such cases. No. Nope. She doesn't really do IRL traveling stuff. We'll take a look into it. We'll you know, I will investigate this. Because there is like interesting things to cover and to talk about there and to sort of throw your 2 cents into, but like she's not like an IRL streamer. Funnily enough. Yeah, I agree. It is all the gays' fault. Those fucking damn gays. Those fucking homo queers. Yeah, well, too bad. You gotta take it out. Well, sucks to suck. Take out the trash. Sucks to suck, nerd. Where's the fucking Riley Gaines tweet about this? I need to find Riley Gaines' tweet because again, Riley Gaines. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the Lia Thomas stuff. Yep, still in 5th place. She made such a fucking stick for like the past 4 fucking years. Still 5th place. It really, it's just the most pathetic shit on the fucking goddamn planet, dude. Yeah, Fox paycheck, everything. Still 5th place. Oh my fucking, it is really, and you want to know what all that Lia Thomas has been doing basically this whole time? If you like look at her Instagram, all she's been posting is just artwork of like, it's just artwork that she does. She's like, okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. It's so fucking funny, dude. But yeah, Riley Gaines is gonna be remembered as a, like, loser. Oh, God, bro. Justice is being served? By the way, she's still, like, fucking triggered. It's so fucking funny. Like, she's still mad. It's hilarious. Wait, I wonder how many billionaires have funded his campaign in response to Zoran Mamdani saying, "I don't think we should have billionaires." I mean, I've said it before, but like Riley Gaines is like she's like extremely brain damaged. Like, very, very brain damaged.
Champion in the women's 500 freestyle that America, or at least those of us with diversity in federal law, women's team. I mean, exactly why I'm suing the NCAA to discriminate.
But I think we'll just do the White House's fucking dumbass tweet about this. Yeah, totally. Like, yeah. All trans people just want to transition or to own, like, women in sports or whatever to outswim them. It's really fucking stupid, dude. Okay, I did find the fucking tweet. perfect. Okay, found what I was looking for. Do I want to look at an art? Do I need to bother? Oh no, I only care about the reasoning for this. It's because of fucking federal funding that he was holding up. So of course, like... Yeah, that's the only reason why. They're doing any of this shit. It's always fucking federal funding bullshit. Always. Always federal funding shit. Oh, yeah, because again, it's not about women's sports. Like, fucking conservatives hate women. They don't give a fuck about women. It's just about scapegoating trans people. That's it. Do we want to talk about the Idaho shooting? He shot a bunch of firefighters even though he idolized firefighters. Gumman's life went downhill in months before fatal attack on Idaho firefighters. He wanted to be a firefighter. Sure, why not? And now P. Diddy. Big Diddy. So he was acquitted of the sex trafficking charges and the racketeering charges because there is no way for them to be able to prove that, right? Yeah, the prosecution can't prove the sex trafficking and the racketeering charges, but they were able to prove the, sexual abuse stuff. Right, because there was, like, film on camera, there's no, without a shadow of a reasonable doubt. Right? But they, the jury found that, like, yeah, we can't, like, fucking find the thing, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, true. Yeah, the Rico stuff didn't stick, basically. But the, Cassie Ventura stuff, that is probably gonna stick. Okay, cool. I know there was, like, a fucking meme of a bunch of people saying, like, yo, Boondocks predicted that a bunch of black people would celebrate, like, some weird abuser or something. I don't know. It's like, okay, man. No, it wasn't The Simpsons. It was the Boondocks. What is it? People celebrating Diddy verdict. Pouring baby oil on each other. It's so fucking weird. It's a little weird. I know there's like people saying like, you know, oh man, fucking Boondocks was right. They predicted that this would happen. It's just like, okay, man, I don't know, dude. I've never really liked those like, oh man, this show predicted this thing would happen. It's just like, bro, like, this shit's so fucking dumb. Well, see, here's the problem with that sacrificial MILF. You're just supposed to know inherently, forehead. Just why don't... You're supposed to just know, smile. You're supposed to just know that, forehead. Come on, dude. Just know, dude. Alright. Shut up. Just know, dumbass. Just like know, forehead. Like, how do you not know this stuff, forehead? All right. Well, something real quick. Joe Rogan talking about the targeting of migrant workers. Now, I don't think this is the first time he's talked about this, right? Of how he had problems with the Trump administration targeting the migrant workers, even though, like, he still supported the administration who clearly made it very blatant that they were going to target migrant workers and, like, migrants to get them out of the country. But, like, what, he fell for it again award as always, saying like, oh, I thought they were going to go after gang members and not construction workers and stuff. Listen, Joe Rogan used to work construction, which is why he has sympathy for the migrant construction workers that are getting like randomly black bagged by the Gestapo. Well, what we got here from the big Papega gorilla himself?
Insane. Yeah. We were told there would be no. Well, there's two things that are insane. One is the targeting of migrant workers, not cartel members, not gang members, not drug dealers, just construction workers showing up at construction sites, raiding them.
Joe, okay, this is just a pure numbers argument. Joe, did you really think that, there was going to be, like, millions upon millions of people who were all fucking gang members within the United States? Like, this is what you wanted. You're getting what you wanted. Like, this is literal Felford Again award tier shit. Like, it's incredible. This is exactly what you endorsed. This is what you were not fucking critical of. This is what you wanted. This is what you voted for. Like, at a certain point, I just have, like, zero fucking sympathy for just, like, willing dumb fuckery. You know, I just don't have, like, I don't have any sympathy for any of this shit. You've been told what was going to happen. Trump made it pretty clear what he was going to do. Yet now you want to act all upset and incredulous, saying like, "Oh yeah, I'm really like upset about the fact that the administration is doing this. Like, this was always going to happen. You fucking idiot."
Partners, yeah, like really, or Palestinian students on college campuses, or not. Like, did you see this video of this Turkish students at Tufts University that wrote an essay, and then there's a video of like ICE agents like.
That's Ramesa Öztürk.
Yeah, what was her essay about? It was just critical of Israel, right? Critical of Israel. Yeah, I mean, and that's enough to get you kicked out of the country. There's a long history of anti-colonial activism in U.S. colleges, that led to South Africa changing all of that, and I think there's a continuation of that.
Well, at least the other bald dude here is correct. Like, Joe, this is what you voted for, dog. This is what you endorsed. This is what you're okay with. And now you want to get all upset about it? Sorry, we're unfortunately stuck with your fucking dumb fuckery when you gave an uncritical platform to the dude who was for all this fucking bullshit. So, that's cool. That's great. Glad to see that you're having a buyer's remorse, I suppose, Joe Rogan. Fucking stupid, dude. I like, honestly, it's always been this fucking bad when just talking with these just stupid, dumb fucking belligerents. Like, it's just like, holy fuck, man. Like, these people are just brain dead. How do you engage with these people? How do you, like, deal with these people? How are you supposed to talk with them? You can't. You just can't. Is this actually Ugopnik? I have no idea if this is actually Ugopnik. Ugopnik typically just wears like a ski mask on his stream, from what I understand. Meh, whatever. Alright. What do we got here? The Horseman of Obsession of the Slotpocalypse. Nuxtaku. Nuxanor. Who gives a fuck? He's a complete dumbass, and he's like a Zionist because he just hates Hassan. Honestly, like, I think the only reason why fucking Nux is a goddamn Zionist is, well, because a family member of his died when they did the invasion into Gaza during 2023. So that's one reason he became, like, a dumbass Zionist and moved to Israel. He did also move to Israel. And also because he's just a really stupid, idiotic, dumb fuck who has an obsession with stupid, sexy Hassan. But why don't we take a look? Let's see.
Can I show you some Iranian propaganda? This is easily my favorite Iran propaganda ever made of all time. Iran released this propaganda image where they said...
Okay, well, then we take a look at the propaganda image. What is this? What's this? So there's a building here? An apartment building? What the fuck is this? Bro, why is there a fucking Imperial Star Destroyer? Okay, keep in mind, you want to know, like, how big is an Imperial Star Destroyer? Let's go with, like, an ISD-1. Fuck it, who cares? 1,600 fucking meters, dude. 1.5 kilometers. Nux, you're telling me that they hit a ship that's 1.5 kilometers long under a fucking apartment complex or some shit, and that this is Iranian fucking propaganda or something. Like, what the fuck is this? Are you this stupid? I asked that rhetorically. Yeah, you are that stupid. Yeah, 1,600 meters is a mile. Listen, I don't respect your fucking goddamn American measurements, okay? Fuck you.
The reason why Iran is targeting civilians in Israel is because these buildings are being used to store F-35 jets and submarines.
Bro, that's a Star Destroyer. Does he not know? Does he not know? Does he not know? This is incredible. Like, what if this is just like a fucking meme? Because literally that's what Israel fucking did. Israel, in their fucking propaganda, said that Hamas was hiding weapons under hospitals, and they did like a stupid, dumbass little image of it. He's trying to equate this and say that this is Iranian propaganda. No, this is making fun of Zionist propaganda, you fucking idiot. He can't be this fucking stupid, bro.
The fucking Imperial Star Destroyer. What the fuck? What?
You recognize the submarine? This is, by the way, this is
It's not a submarine, man. It's a Star Destroyer. There's no way he doesn't fucking know, dude. Oh my god, bro. Jesus.
actually Iran propaganda that they posted to say that they have the
That pause there. I think he started realizing, like, wait, well, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, wait a second. Oh, I'm a fucking complete dumbass. Oh my, I think he just realized how much of a fucking idiot he is. Jesus fucking Christ, Nux. God, you are so stupid. Because, oh, hey, again, why is this? This is a play off of the fact that Zionists have been using their own, like, stupid little propaganda thing to justify the fucking bombing of hospitals in Gaza, saying, like, Hamas is hiding weapons in there when they presented, like, no fucking evidence of that. That's so fucking funny, dude.
right to bomb residential buildings. Dog, this is not a submarine. This is an Imperial Star Destroyer from Star Wars.
He just realized how much of a fucking idiot he is. That's so fucking funny, dude.
Okay, stop with the propaganda. This is the exact same Hassan strategy. I show
Of course he has to bring up Hassan. As expected of the fucking horseman of obsession of the Sloppocalypse. Stu, I can't believe that Hassan fucking put the ISD under the residential building and Iran is using it to bomb residential buildings. God, he's such a fucking idiot, man. Like, honestly, like, dude, it's a play off of the fact that fucking Israel was justifying bombing of hospitals, saying that Hamas was, like, hiding, like, barrels of flammable liquid in there or some shit, and also, like, weapons in hospitals, of which there was, like, no evidence of whatsoever. Nux, you are just a fucking moron, bro, and are just obsessed with fucking Hassan. It is just incredible just how much of a fucking idiot this guy is. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Oh, so what's up, Valiant Thor? I don't know. I don't know if Nux knew. I don't think Nux knew. I think Nux, in the middle of what he was talking about, realized that it's like, oh fuck, wait a minute, wait a second, because there was a pause. There was a pause there for a good 2-3 seconds, and I think he just realized, like, oh fuck, because like this is what he's being made fun of, right? What's like the Israel, it's like shit that you saw from like the fucking 90s, like Israel hospital diagram. It's literally this shit. This is what that fucking post was making fun of. This thing. This like this stupid shit. Dude, okay, I have to comment on this, right? This, like, supposed bunker up here, right? Right? How the fuck do you get in here, Israel? Israel! What the fuck is this? This, like, little compartment here? This compartment here, nothing is fucking connected along the fucking hallways at all. How do you get into this like little command structure? Like, how? How do you get in? It's so fucking stupid, man. But yeah, this Hamas headquarters was under a fucking residential hospital, the Al Shifa fucking hospital. Evidence, none. There's just no evidence of it at all. He's just a fucking idiot, man. It's incredible, man. It was so stupid, bro. Oh my god. Funny, man. It was funny, bro. Holy shit, dude. Alright. Another quick one. Bill Ackman and I don't know, a bunch of other like dumb fucking racists being so desperate to try to make Zoran Mamdani look as bad as possible, saying that he identified as Asian and African American on college application. Okay, I have bad news for you, Bill, but was he born in Uganda? I think he was born. Was he born in Uganda? I'm curious. Where was Zoran Mamdani born? Yeah, so he was born. Yeah, he was born in Kampala in Uganda. Okay, cool, lovely. So it makes sense that he identifies as African because he was born in Africa, and his mother's Indian. Like what is exactly the point? Is this like just like a really lazy attempt of being racist or some shit? Like his mom is Indian, like, so it makes sense that he identified as both Asian and African American. Like, are we trying to do like some like 3 IQ race bait shit with this stuff? Like, what the fuck is this, dude? It's really fucking weird. Yeah, bro, his middle name is Kwame, dude. Like, that's like as fucking African as it gets, you fucking dumbasses. Like, what the fuck is this? They have nothing. They have got nothing on this man. So they have to like trot out like, I don't know, like 3 IQ, like lazy fucking racism in like a pathetic attempt to try to like stop his momentum. It's lazy. Like, globalized Antifada didn't fucking work because it's just like stupid idiots is like what? Stupid idiot like optics shit didn't fucking work. No one gives a fuck about any of that stuff. So now they have to go after him like, he's a minority, guys. Minority. He's a minority. Bad. He's stinky because he's black and brown. Like, dude, are you fucking serious, dude? God, it's pathetic. They got like nothing. And yeah, he has his middle name from Kwame Ture. That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. Because, his dad was in the civil rights protests, if I recall correctly. At least that's what Zoran has said. Which makes him even more epic, let's be honest here. I don't know, the white moderate billionaire having a problem with a descendant of civil rights fucking activists. Who would have thought, like, history, yet again, repeating itself. Not repeating itself, but rhyming as always, you know. Typical, like, fucking stupid, dumb fuck, white moderate shit. You know? Martin Luther King would have a lot to say about Bill Ackman. Now, wouldn't he? Yeah, Martin, like, his dad marched in fucking Montgomery. It's just fucking insane. Oh, man, dude. Alright. Something in my fucking eye. Ay, 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 dude. I'm curious. Do people even, like, do streamers even pay clippers? Is that a thing that happens? Editors, yeah, okay, makes sense. Managers, okay, yeah, makes sense. But clippers? Is that a thing? I feel like that's a strange thing to pay people for, you know? Like, clipping should be something that's relatively authentic. Like, something that people, like, recognize as, like, a funny moment or, like, a small little, like... Well, at least that's how I sort of, like, see it, right? Like, I make a bunch of different clips, for example, of, like, smaller parts of segments, either to sort of have it as, like, I don't know, additional material, because I say, like, something that I thought was particularly hilarious in on like a fucking segment, or because I do like those like little fucking videos there where I don't want to make it like a full fucking video, so I'd rather just make it a short, right? And just like clip it and then fucking put it up as a short on the fucking channel, because listen, I gotta cannibalize myself as much as possible in order to, I don't know, like get the mighty eyes of the algorithm focused on my channel as much as possible to push to as many people as possible, because, you know, unfortunately this is the fucking economy that we find ourselves in. All about the almighty fucking algorithm and shit like that. Yeah, like the Hasanabe Clips Industrial Complex, they don't get fucking paid. If Hassan wanted to hire some of those people as fucking editors, he could. But he keeps the Clips Industrial Complex around because it's like a really easy way as like to just have like more algorithmic spread. Why do you, like, one of the reasons why Hassan was able to get as big as he did is because of the Clips Industrial Complex that he has. Because if he wants to shut that shit down, he could. He could do it overnight, no problem, very, very easily. But he doesn't, because Hassan recognizes that all those people that the Clips channels also reach to will eventually just send her back to himself. He overall just benefits from it, because it's just like how many fucking clips channels does that man have? He has like fucking like 30 of them or some shit. And it's all like grassroots stuff. He never asks any of those people to be like clips channels or whatever. And if he wants to like snag one of them as like an editor, he could do that if he wants to. And I think that's what he did. That's what like most streamers tend to do, like, right? People make like clips of them and shit. They snag them as like a fucking editor for their YouTube channel, saying like, yeah, you did a really good job in terms of editing all these clips you made of me. Why not just edit for my channel? And it's just like, yeah, sure. It's just a benefit. I know that's what like Asmongold did, for example, right? And I think he was like one of the first initial people to do that, which is just like, it's like, well, that's just smart. And yeah, it makes sense. Like, why go out into the ether to try to see if you could find like a channel? Yeah, find like a fucking random editor or freelance editor or whatever. And if you just have like, you could just have a clipper do it and just be like, I can just pay you to fucking edit for me. Like, fuck it, whatever. Yeah, and they're like huge fans if they're prolific clippers, right? Clippers tend to be bigger fans because they will like avidly watch your fucking content for shit to clip in order to put up as like content. And it's just like, it's all around, it's just a win-win, right? It's just a win, right? It makes sense. It makes perfect sense, to be honest. It's just like, yeah, I mean, yeah. And you want to grab like a fucking editor for a particular thing? Fuck it. Yeah. Why not? And Clips channels, if they're able to get monetized themselves, for example, they can start making money for themselves, which is totally cool. Yeah. Used to clip vids from the Majority Report years ago. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Makes sense. If you're an avid enough fan, YOLO, you got nothing better to do? YOLO, fuck it. Who cares? Makes sense to me. Why not? It's too bad, Alex, that they didn't hire you as like an editor. Guess you weren't good enough of a clipper. Shaking my head. Your clip skills were just not up to snuff. Unfortunate, Alex. Unlucky. Because I've said this before, but I'm just a one-man. I'm a one-man fucking army over here. I edit my stuff. I make my own fucking clips. I edit the fucking clips. I post it on multiple fucking platforms. I'm like a fucking machine. A lot of Michael Brooks stuff before he died. Yeah, 07 or a real one. We salute a king. King Brooks. He's still a real one. '07, yeah. Press your Fs, pay your respects. '07's in the chat, of course, for Michael Brooks. It was a massive victory for the right when he fucking died due to, well, unfortunate circumstances, to be honest. God, I'm so fucking phlegmy right now. Alright. Anywho. What do we got here? Streamer is going viral, claiming that a $10,000 check from Twitch isn't enough after expenses. I'm curious. I'm curious. Because, let's be honest here, like, I more so want to talk about this sort of as, like, a way to, I don't know, more so pay attention to plight of streamers. But what do we have here?
Y'all know how expensive it is to keep up with content creation? You can get a 10K check from Twitch.
Uh-huh.
What the fuck is a 10K check when you gotta spend 5K on trips just to travel? $500.
I have an immediate question. 5K, dude? 5K to travel. Okay, like, I'm trying to think, like, if you're an IRL streamer, like a travel IRL streamer or something, okay, I can understand that argument, but I think, we're going to get to the Dexterdo article for additional context. She's talking about travels to cons and stuff that, yeah, I think if they're really big travel, like, for example, iShowSpeed, I believe, definitely gets, like, some form of sponsorship, I believe. And for a lot of travel streamer, I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, I think it's Nakey Jake, I think, or something, right? He's a travel streamer, I believe. He travels very often, I think. That's, like, the only dude I could think of in particular. But I'm trying to think, like, $5,000 a month per travel? Like, I'm trying to think, like, what? Accommodations, food. I guess it depends on how long you're staying there. What kind of plane tickets are you getting yourself? Are you getting, like, first-class tickets, like, there and back? Like, that's the only justification I could think of, like, the 5K price tag. Like, that's about it. But, like what else is in this clip?
$500 on setup shit. Fucking $100 on setup shit.
$500 on setup shit, right? Webcams can be pretty expensive. I mean, it depends on the camera, obviously. Stream Deck, an Elgato Stream Deck is about like $130. That's Canadian dollars, of course, our fake Monopoly money. What else? Like for $500, like headset, mic, boom. Depending on the mic, if you get like a really nice condenser mic, they can be like $250, right? Like a really nice condenser mic. That's, I think, about it in terms of like stream setup. But yeah, okay, sure, makes sense.
Fucking $2,000 on your rent. Fucking $200 on Wi-Fi. $200 on IRL toolkit. You gotta pay the clippers. Pay.
IRL toolkit. So that's why I mentioned for the $5,000 travel sort of fees. That's why I sort of like mentioned that before. Like that makes okay. It's like that makes sense to me, but then I took a look at her content and she doesn't really seem to do a lot of like IRL traveling stuff. Like she's just like what doing like Marvel Rival streams or something. So I'm like, I don't want to be like bad faith here. I'm trying to be charitable and I'm trying to like think like what 5K for what? Yeah, like unless she's traveling international 2 times a month, 5K is excessive. That's what I'm thinking as well, Boy Meets Minnie, right? I assume she probably lives in like Los Angeles, maybe even New York. More than likely Los Angeles for like cons and shit, because that's where a lot of cons tend to be. Either that or Las Vegas, but Las Vegas is not that far from Los Angeles, right? It's a relatively short flight, or not that long of a car ride. Maybe like 8-hour car ride, I'd say. That's not that bad. That's pretty standard fare. Like about the same as what it would take to get to Ottawa from here, where I live, for example. But like 5K a month on travel. I'm just still a little confused. But yeah, Clippers, what? I don't. Okay, another thing that I'm having a kind of an issue with is paying Clippers. I feel like paying Clippers is something that you shouldn't have to do, right? Like, Clippers are people who authentically really enjoy your content and want to make, like, sort of, like, for lack of a better term, like, fan cams of you yourself because you're such, like, I don't know, like a captivating personality, for example. Such that, like, people will spend, like, hours editing up, like, small, short videos about you, putting clips, spreading it on their TikToks, sort of like, I don't know, helping, using their algorithmic pull to centralize further around yourself, because they're always going to, like, credit the original person. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, paying Clippers to do that, I can understand, yeah, like, it makes sense. You want to pay them for their effort and their work, but generally speaking, like, most Clippers are just going to do that for free because they're, like, authentic, big fans of yours. And it's just, like, I can understand the sentiment, be like, well, I mean, you're, like, putting in all this effort to just, like, constantly clip all the shit I'm saying. Like, can I give you some fucking money, dude? Like, I feel kind of bad otherwise. Like, what the fuck, man? That's like the only thing I could think of. I think she also is going to mention editors here. Like editors, yeah, that makes sense. They're like directly, like you directly hire them in order to benefit you. And that's like another thing with Clippers as well. Like you can also hire Clippers as editors. You can do that too, right? It's like a pure win-win situation. I mean, that time you definitely start paying them. Like obviously, if they're working full time under you and your channel, right? Like it makes sense, right?
YouTube editor. Chat, I don't think y'all realizing I be going into negative doing this shit, okay? Y'all know how
I'm like, okay, I'm like, it's like that, what's that fucking drill tweet, for example? Saying like, okay, I need help balancing this fucking budget. And he lists like a bunch of fucking, like, stuff that seems to have like a normal price. And then there's like this one abnormal, like, $3,600 charge on like candles or some shit. And like, the joke is basically like, whoa, maybe you should not spend so much on, like, fucking aromatic candles or some shit. But it's supposed to be, like, a really ridiculous sort of, like, a play off of that or something. Like, that's really about it, to be honest. Like, that's, like, really the only thing I could think of in particular. It's a joke, obviously. But, like, I still don't understand, like, 5K a month on travel. You know, maybe... Listen, we'll take a look at the article. I need some additional context here. Israel lobby news reacts. Not on this. I don't think we're gonna be doing that today, anarchist. I don't think so. But what do we have here? Twitch streamer goes viral explaining how 10K payout doesn't cover expenses. A Twitch streamer sparked a wave of viral criticism after claiming that a 10K check from the platform isn't enough to live on. Streamers comparing their jobs to more traditional forms of employment almost always cause some controversy, and this latest situation is no different. Okay, like, I really dislike this, to be honest. I don't really understand why, like, this is something that causes, like, a controversy, right? Because for a lot of, like, say, mid-tier and smaller fucking streamers, broadly speaking, it is a struggle for them to be fucking successful. Like, let's be honest here. Yeah, and I agree with you, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, streamers do work more than most corporate execs and managers. I 1000% agree with that. Like, that's not even a fucking goddamn, like, question. Yeah, corporate executives and managers travel to their own fucking conventions all the fucking time. This is a thing that constantly happens. But again, like, it's because, like, a lot of people who comment on this, like, don't have to go travel for conventions and stuff like that for their fucking work. Like, that's not a thing that, generally speaking, also happens, right? Because they're just, like, I don't know, stuck in the fucking wagey cagey, for example. It's like, dog, like streamers do a lot more fucking work. And now, it also depends on what you're talking about as well. So I'm going to use myself a little bit here as an example. I am a political content creator, right? My sort of, I guess, conduct within my own channel about how I cover certain topics or whatnot is inherently, I suppose, controversial and alienating to larger, broader audiences. And I acknowledge that it's because I do not desire really to build, like, a larger, broader audience. I am okay with calling out behaviors that I think are injustifiable and wrong, to be honest. I have no problems with talking about particularly, like, difficult fucking topics because I think it is important to shine a spotlight on these fucking topics. No matter how big or small I may be, right? I think it is important to talk about these issues because, like, a lot of other people are not going to because it's too, like I'm trying to think of what the correct term is. Like, controversial for them. It's not efficacious for them to do as such. However, what do I sacrifice in order to be able to do this? Well, is a lot of, like, conventional, like, algorithmic growth in terms of, like, a successful content, like, channel or as a successful content creator. That is what I risk in particular with what I do. Now, I've seen this, like, I took a look before talking about this streamer's sort of content, and it seems like it's pretty, like, normal stuff. She plays games and does IRL stuff and just chatting. Like, pretty, like, normal sort of, like, streamer behavior kind of a thing. But if we're talking about, like, say, I don't know, like, ASMR channels or, like, booby streamers or, like, LootTubers, for example, right? A lot more of those people in particular are going to have a much harder time in terms of being content creators due to the nature of their work because they want to be a little bit more sexually explicit, and we are living in a particular time in a moment in history where I don't know, sexual repression seems to be the fad at the moment. So for them, they have a lot harder time sort of, like, growing and becoming, like, more successful in themselves. And, you know, there's all, like, a sort of, like, patriarchal thing. Yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini as well. Payment processors will drop those creators all the fucking time. This is, like, what, for example, I think there's, like, a recent thing as well on, like, Fansly with, like, MasterCard dropping a particular sort of part of threatening to drop Fansly as, like, a payment processor because of, like, certain content that was on there, right? Like, this is a thing that happens all the fucking time. Like, literally, constantly. This happens very, very often. And I find it very strange because it's a lot more difficult for people to break out when they are smaller creators because of just, well, how sort of, like, I don't know, hostile? I don't want to say hostile. How much of, like, a non-factor, non-help that Twitch's algorithms, search engine optimization. Of course, it depends on the tags mostly, right? That's, like, the main sort of, like, algorithmic booster that exists for Twitch. It's purely just tag shit, to be honest. How, like, you are able to, like, get more eyeballs on you is how it works. I mean, of course, YouTube has its own algorithmic system, blah, 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 blah. It's much harder for a lot of smaller content creators to be able to sort of branch out and, like, sprout and become, like, I don't know, successful in this environment because of the fact that, well, everything is judged by the holy algorithm, and like if something's like too controversial, you're gonna sort of like see problems, and like the system itself will work against you. Not to mention like all the people who are gonna get like triggered at your content or whatever. But you can always like listen. Like someone once said, like any publicity is good publicity, right? You can always take that to your advantage. All I'm saying out there is that yeah, sure. I mean like I can understand like expenses being really fucking bad, but like the 5K a month thing is just like the main thing that I'm mostly trying to point out here. Is just like that's like the one inconsistent fucking thing. Like yeah, obviously like I think streamers in comparison to like corporate executives and a lot of other people do like way more fucking work in order to be like successful creators in comparison to a lot of what like other like IRL sort of like jobs and positions. But most of the people that have problems with this are just like individuals who just are like, I don't know, people stuck in the fucking wagey cagey, and they're just like mad about the fact that they're stuck in the wagey cagey. And I understand, yeah, the wagey cagey fucking sucks, but everyone has to deal with the fucking wagey cagey. Like, yeah, it's unfortunate. What else do we have here? Twitch streamer Snowcone with 2 W's has gone viral after revealing how making $120K yearly from the Amazon-owned platform isn't enough because of how expensive being a creator actually is. Massive expenses spark backlash. So this is like the original clip, basically. During a broadcast, Snowcone explained how keeping up with content creation is extremely expensive for her and listed out why her costs are so high. You can get a 10K check from Twitch. What the fuck is a 10K check when you gotta spend 5K on trips just to travel? Again, like I don't understand why she's spending this much to travel. Unless she's like, again, like an IRL streamer, like a travel streamer, then yeah, okay, that makes sense. But as far as I can tell, she's not. So it's a little strange that she's saying this. 500 in setup shit, 2,000 on rent, 200 on Wi-Fi, 200 on Wi-Fi. I'm curious, like, what deal is she getting for $200 on Wi-Fi? And I'm assuming this is 200 US. This is insane. 200 IRL kit, pay the clippers, YouTube editors. Chat, I don't think you realize, but I'm going negative doing this shit. Snowcone explained the situation more during her broadcast, noting how she was at a point in her career where she needed to travel to events to elevate her content and make connections. Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, sure. If we're talking about cons, whereas typically that's where connections are made. Otherwise, connections, broadly speaking, through streaming are made through collaborational efforts that you have with other streamers / raiding. There's already sort of like mechanisms within Twitch itself that facilitate that, but to what degree is that particularly efficacious? That's whatever. Yeah, you're probably right, Boy Meets Mini. It could be a mobile hotspot, and that's why she's paying so much for like Wi-Fi and stuff. That would make sense, to be honest. Which would make sense for the IRL kit stuff, right? Because you would need a mobile hotspot for that. That makes sense then. We're at a stage where all the money gets reinvested into the career. All my money from streaming goes back into streaming. I think this month I made negative $1,000 because every penny goes to trips, paying editors, paying clippers, or buying shit for the setup. Now, I'm assuming what she means by buying shit for the setup, because I saw, like, she also has, like, from, like, the thumbnails, I believe. She does, like, little cosplays as well. So I think that can also make sense in terms of, like, stream setup, I suppose. But, again, the main thing is, like, it's just the travel stuff, right? It's just the 5K a month for travel. That's, like, that's the main thing that I'm saying. Like, well, you can cut there. Like, you don't have to spend 5K a month on travel. Like, that seems a little crazy to me. Or buying food or plane tickets to make stuff, to make content. Your Twitch paycheck could be $11K a month, but when you have to spend 5K on trips alone to travel to make connections, I have 3K a month on bills alone, rent, Wi-Fi, phone, footage of Snowcone's rant exploded on social media, being viewed over 11 million times, with many users baffled by how much he spends. How do you squander 10K? One remarked. Imagine spending 60K on travel, said another. If you're paying that much for just Wi-Fi, then you need to switch providers, because I have 1 gig for 90 a month. Someone else chimed in. Well, again, mobile hotspot stuff, because I'm assuming what she mentioned she has an IRL setup, right? So mobile hotspot stuff can be very, very fucking expensive because it's all satellite stuff. Not knowing how to live and create content on 10K a month is a skill issue, VTuber Ellie commented. I don't just really disagree with that. It's just like the 5K a month on travel stuff. That's like that's the main thing that just confuses me. It's just like 5K a month on travel. Why are you traveling so much every month? That's like the main thing I want to hyper fixate on. Because again, if you're a small streamer, it makes sense why you struggle, okay? You're struggling to get up in the world. You don't have clippers. You don't have YouTube editors. You're a small fucking channel. You're mostly doing things yourself. At least, that's how it is for me. I'm a fucking one-man army here, okay? I edit my own shit. I edit my own fucking clips. I put up my own fucking videos. I make my fucking goddamn thumbnails. I don't do any annotations. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Although I probably should make like fucking in the annotation stuff within the videos. I ain't got time for that shit, okay? That's gonna take way too fucking long, and I already have, like, enough of a backlog for fucking editing and stuff like that. So, it's what it is. Yeah, exactly. I like, relatively speaking, I am on a roll. It's just a slow roll. And I'm like, I don't have a problem with that. I have time to be able to do this, right? And, yeah, I've put in a lot of effort in order to be able to build up some momentum for myself. And, you know, hopefully it continues. It spikes, it goes faster, but again, like, that's really out of my control. I can't do anything about that, right? Besides, you know, keep putting stuff up and seeing where it goes, to be honest. At least that's how I think of it. But yeah, it's just the 5K a month of travel stuff. That's like the main thing that I'm just like, 5K a month of travel. Crazy. As for why Snowcone doesn't cut down on expenses by editing videos herself, she claims she's too busy live on Twitch, in meetings, or traveling. This isn't the again, where is he traveling all the time? That's the only question. Why cutting down on expense? Like, okay, why editing the videos? Like, okay, I can understand that that's like a potential expense, but how much do you pay for like an editor, right? I have no idea, of course, but like, depending on like the deal, like maybe like her YouTube channel, like, money goes to her editor. At least that's like the deal that a lot of the bigger streamers have, but that's because they have bigger channels. It's a little confusing to me. This isn't the first time streamers have come under fire while discussing how their jobs differ from standard employment. We have seen creators argue streaming is more difficult than most 9-to-5 jobs, and some, such as DeFran, have even tried their luck at typical jobs only to eventually return to Twitch. Yeah, I remember that happening. That was pretty funny. But yeah, like, okay. I mostly just want to use this as like a vector to talk about I suppose the bigger plights of smaller content creators, because they are the ones who, I guess, generally speaking, suffer more problems in terms of content creation, in terms of like editing and stuff, because you have to spend a ton of time fucking editing your own videos and shit like that. At least that's in my case. The only thing I can really point to, again, is just, like, 5K a month on travel. Where are you constantly traveling to in order to, like, meet with people and stuff that you couldn't do over, like, a Discord call or a Zoom meeting? That's, like, the main thing. Unless she's got, like, something big in the fucking works or something. That's, like, the most confusing thing to me. Oh, you're 1000% correct there, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, like, smaller content creators is what makes Twitch a unique platform. That's true, yeah. The fact that Twitch has a relatively, like, low barrier to entry. Yeah, like, I mostly just want to talk about this in terms of, like, a sort of, like, a vestige to talk about the problems with, like, smaller content creators, because they're the ones who typically struggle more. Or, like, say, like, ASMR channels, or like loot tubers and people who engage in like more loot content because of like societal stigmatisms, and also like a bunch of other like factors and stuff like that with like payment processors. Like, honestly, like, all I have to say to Snowcone here is just like, Yeah, why are you spending 5K a month on travel? That's like the only fucking question that I have. Like, unless you're doing like international trips, like constantly a month, like 5K on travel? There's no way, dude. But I don't know. That's like really the only sort of like I don't know 2 cents that I have on this. I would prefer to just talk about like the plight of like smaller creators and whatnot. I think that honestly they are the more important people to focus on. But I don't know. I think that's all I really got to say about any of this stuff, to be honest. Did I close the Riley Gaines tweet by accident? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, I forgot that even Planned Parenthood got fucking defunded in the big beautiful bill. It's such a dog shit fucking bill, dude. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put the cream on and shit real quick. Cause I forgot to do that as well. Cream shit, and then, you know, more yapping. it took forever. Yes, I have returned. Put too much cream on. Whatever. I'll live. Ugh. Man Bun has returned. Tanky Man Bun. I'm just very happy with how... I'm still thinking about the Maxi fight. Because that fight just went fucking perfectly. I played it perfectly. I positioned perfectly. Feels fucking good when the plan that I have in my head perfectly comes together. But then again, that's been a lot of fights in this Emerald Imperium playthrough. Feels good, folks. What can I say, folks? Feels pretty good. Yeah, we had some fireworks here as well. Not that long ago because we had Canada Day. You know? Can't be forgetting about us Canadians here, eh? Oh, you fucking right there, bud. I do have to say, I am looking forward to playing Factorio. I really want to play some fucking... I'm actually, like... I'm fucking fiending, dude. For some fucking Factorio. Like... It is crack. It is an addictive drug, Factorio. But I'm always fucking fiending for that shit, dude. I don't know, what other fucking, like, tags can I give myself for, I don't know, so I can attract, like, dumb fucks and shit. I'm gonna say leftist. Leftist. I don't wanna say, like, LGBTQ, because I'm not actually LGBTQ, although it's more likely to attract, like, a bunch of, like, stupid dumbasses, but I am obviously LGBTQ friendly. I think, like, most of the main community members in this fucking goddamn stream that I have are, like, queer in some way. Like... Would it be problematic if I just said LGBTQ in the fucking tags, even though I myself am not LGBTQ, for example? Is that problematic? Is that like stealing valor? I feel like I've asked this question before, but like I never really got like a good answer, to be honest. Safe space? I'm not sure. Because I don't want to be, like, you know, having to constantly explain myself that I'm not LGBTQ to, like, people who are genuinely LGBTQ, for example. It's like, oh, I'm using this as, like, a way to bait, like, dumbasses in so I can, like, yell at them and have my own fucking fun. People will be like, well, that's kind of fucking fucked up. And it's just like, yeah, but, like, you know. Want to yell at people? Yeah, I'm queer baiting. I can't believe Idaho would queerbait. Although I would queerbait, like, ironically, because I thought it was funny. I used to do that, and it's just like, you know, we're just chilling. Yeah, dude. Alright, okay, I need some context. I keep seeing people complain about Hassan Gun. Hassan, like, had a gun or some shit. And it's making people, like, be really annoyed and triggered or something. And it's like, why are people so annoyed and triggered about this or something? Yeah, even though I think someone who got banned, I think it was Destiny's son Nathan, he got banned for, like, brandishing an airsoft gun on stream or something. But, I mean, I don't know. He's like a fucking groiper, so who gives a fuck? Oh yeah, he streamed before. And he's a groiper. Isn't he under 18? You know. It is a little weird. I mean, these days kids run their own podcasts. Yeah, they do. They fucking do. It's the EV Community Day Classic tomorrow. Should be dead hard. Need that for my fucking collection of stuff. Anywho, why don't we get started with more stupid shit? Well. What do we have here? Lia Thomas and this dumb fuck, Riley Gaines. Well, I guess it's official. UPenn decided to drop Lia Thomas and get rid of all of her fucking accolades. Yeah, Giga Stacy, Lia Thomas, who just, I don't know, from what I understand, all she does is, like, make artwork of her, like, herself, I think, and just posts it on Instagram. We love that for her. Very cool, very good. What do we have here? This, I don't know, this troglodyte Riley Gaines. So UPenn has agreed to right its wrongs, restore records to the rightful female athletes, and issue an apology to the women impacted by the men they allowed to compete as a woman are pigs flying. God bless it, real Donald Trump. So it's official, guys. It's official. Riley Gaines has not statistically tied for 5th place. She is now 5th place. Excellent work. Fantastic. Very, very good. Again, like, you know, do we need to go over the whole, like, stupid trans people in fucking sports thing? It's very stupid. By the way, we all know why UPenn is fucking doing this, okay? Like, come on. We know why. This is the fucking reason. Donald Trump was withholding a bunch of fucking money in federal funding to UPenn after the fucking agreement. That's for, you know, if they weren't going to go along with the agreement. And UPenn decided to capitulate to get that fucking funding. That's what it purely fucking is. It's not about, like, whatever, like, civil rights, like, bullshit, okay? You are actively stamping on fucking civil rights because, let's be honest here, the people that you're fucking, I don't know, gallivanting about with Riley Gaines, would not have a fucking goddamn problem with, I don't know, making sure that you're just barefoot in the kitchen, not participating in any fucking sports, Riley. Like, let's be fucking honest here. You are with the people who actively want to make your life worse in comparison of, like, I don't know, efficaciousness and competing in sports. Yeah, that's a great point, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, wait, I thought conservatives hated 5th place trophies. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Yeah, I thought conservatives weren't fans of, like, all these, like, participatory sort of, like, trophies and stuff like that. Yeah, it makes you think, doesn't it? But what do we got here? We'll formally apologize for allowing Lia Thomas, blah, blah, blah. So what's, like, the actual thing? I believe this is UPenn's statement, right? Per the DOE's announcement to the Department of Education, under UPenn's new agreement, the following actions will be taken. UPenn will restore to female athletes all individual UPenn Division I swimming records, titles, or similar recognitions which were misappropriated by male athletes allowed to compete in female categories. They even have to go with, like, the stupid schizophrenic goddamn, like, framing that these dumbass, like, barely human transphobes have to, like, force these people to comply with. Again, like, how many fucking studies has been done into, like, the effects of, like, testosterone or estrogen on, like, individuals' bodies when competing in fucking sports? Like, it's been done from the hell and high water, but again, the point is the transphobia with these people. They don't care about fucking fairness in sports. If they cared about fucking fairness in sports, then they would have been screaming to the fucking nines about Michael fucking Phelps, a dude who was just genetically built to be a fucking swimmer. But again, like I said before, it's not about fairness in sports. It's never been about fairness in sports. And it's never been about women in fucking sports. Conservatives don't care about any of that. For them, it's about the transphobia. That's it. They want to essentially make it such that trans people are not capable of fucking participating in public life, thus shunning them from overall fucking society. That's the fucking point. UPenn will issue a public statement to the university community stating that it will comply with Title IX, specifying that UPenn will not allow males to compete in female athletic programs or occupy Penn Athletics female intimate facilities. I have a question. What if it's like a fucking goddamn, trans woman who's done, like, the full 9-yard surgery, right? And you had no fucking idea? Like, you couldn't access any of their birth records or anything? And they had, like, vaginoplasty and everything? And they're just, like, a full-on fucking woman. Like, Hunter Schafer, Samantha Lux, like, woman. You could never fucking tell. Like, what about that? What do you do about that? That's a little weird, huh? Makes you think. The statement will specify that UPenn will adopt biology-based definitions for the words male and female pursuant to Title IX consistent with President Trump's executive orders defending women from gender ideology extremism and keeping men out of women's sports. You know, they never talk about keeping women out of men's sports. I wonder why they don't care about trans men. Again, because the point is the transphobia. It's not about, like, equitability in sports. They don't give a fuck about any of that shit, okay? And they don't give a fuck about women's sports. The only time conservative men have ever cared about, like, women's sports, or, like, conservatives in general have ever cared about women's sports, is just for the sake of being transphobes. That's the only fucking time they've ever given a fuck about this shit. And then UPenn will post the statement in a prominent location on its main website and on each of its websites for women's athletics. UPenn will rescind any guidance which violated Title IX, remove or revise any internal and public-facing statements or documents that are inconsistent with Title IX, and notify all staff and women's athletics of all such recessions, and UPenn will send a personalized letter of apology to each impacted female swimmer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's all full capitulation shit, to be honest. Real cucked stuff. What's this Title IX that's being spoken of? I'm curious. Landmark federal civil rights case enacted in 1972 as a part of the Education's Amendments. It prohibits sex-based discrimination in any education program or activity receiving federal funding. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, that's how they're fucking justifying it. Right. Yes. I just needed to fucking jog my memory. Yeah, exactly. Like, at this point in time, it's been the thing that's been like litigated for like so long at this point. Like it's one of those things where it doesn't fucking matter. Like who the fuck cares? It's one of these things where, again, the transphobia is the fucking point. It's not about, like, I don't know, the fairness in fucking sports. Because, again, if you cared about fairness in sports, you would have banned Michael Phelps from, like, literally everything. But whatever, dude. But, yeah, we got the White House also talking about this. Why don't we take a little look at this?
Was forced to play.
My name is Paula Scanlon, and I'm a former swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania.
My name is Riley Gaines. I was a swimmer at the University of Kentucky.
I was permanently injured at the hands of a man when I was forced to play against him in a high school volleyball game.
I was forced to...
Wait, was that the fucking... Wait. Was that the chick who got domed in the fucking head? After the fucking spike? I don't know. This just sounds like a skill issue to me. Just defend better, dude. I don't know. Skill issue?
Compete against a biological male on my middle school track team. I had to compete against 2 biological males throughout all 4 years of high school.
Trump's admin and the Department of Education have gotten the University of Pennsylvania not just to apologize for what they did to me and other female athletes that were forced to compete against and alongside this male athlete, but they...
Okay, again, like, there's already processes that are in fucking place to basically take care of that stuff. Like, there's Olympic fucking guidelines for, like, transgender fucking people already. Like, there has been countless fucking studies done at this fucking goddamn point into the sort of, like, efficaciousness of, like, trans women being able to compete with other fucking women. Like, there's God knows how many fucking studies showing, like, yeah, like, it is fine for them to compete because of the effects that estrogen fucking has on their bodies in terms of, like, destruction of, like, fucking goddamn muscle mass and stuff like that. Like, there's a reason why it's called, like, fucking feminizing fucking drugs. Like, they start to feminize you, like, quite literally. But again, like I've said before, the point is the transphobia for these people. They want to build a career to I don't know, in, like, conservative fucking media, like Riley Gaines fucking has, to just be, like, really, like, stupid and fucking annoying about the current fucking scapegoat that's happening right now. Like that's the whole point of all of this. And again, like, they are affecting their own fucking rights when it comes to stuff like this as well. Because, again, if the conservatives were to sort of have their way in terms of what? If they were to sort of have their fucking ways, right? Like, all of these women would be barefoot, pregnant in the fucking kitchen, never to fucking compete in fucking sports, right? They would not have permission to do this from their fucking husbands. It's really silly. There will be a time of when their future kids will find this video and go no contact with their mother. Probably. That wouldn't surprise me at all, Sacrificial MILF.
Also got them to change their policies and to take down his records from the board, which is a great win.
The stories we heard brought tears to all of our eyes. It was powerful. It was moving. I'm so excited.
I guarantee you, all of you dumbass bitches would have never had any fucking goddamn what? Would have never had any fucking goddamn chance of this happening were it not for this. Like, that's why. I'll be quite honest. Like, you people would have had no fucking chance.
Excited for the announcement from Secretary McMahon and President Trump today as they stand at the forefront of this issue for women and girls everywhere. And I am so thankful that we finally have an administration in office who is willing to stand up and ensure that no other girl has to experience the pain and heartbreak I went through.
I'm very excited that the Trump administration is taking action to protect girls.
We're fighting for the next generation, young girls like my daughter. So just very...
Oh yeah, fucking, yeah, Riley Gaines is fucking pregnant, dude. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. Oh yeah, Linda McMahon could give less of a fuck, okay? She's just like a Trump butt buddy who's like willing to completely destroy the Department of Education. Like, there's like been some like recent like defunding of the education system. Like, oh, I agree, Boy Meets Minnie. Like, she's a fucking complete like dumbass idiot, very stupid individual. Yeah, she should not be allowed to have children because of how much of an idiot Riley Gaines is. Like, she's a very, very stupid individual. But yeah, like, there's, like, constant defunding of fucking education. Like, education's gonna get worse and worse in America because of, like, Donald Trump's fucking nonsense. Yeah, actual danger to fucking children. Like, the one big beautiful bill, for example, took away school lunches from, like, 18 million kids or some shit? So that's great. Fantastic. That's gonna be really great for, like, I don't know, child educational attainment.
Very grateful and excited for what this means.
Sure, man. Yeah, I don't think there's really much else to be said here, because besides the fact that conservatives don't care about women in women's sports, they don't care about women's sports. The point of all of this is just the fucking transphobia. They are the current fucking scapegoat in the march of progress for civil rights for all people. That's literally the only reason why these people have, like, this particular conniption that they have about, like, I don't know, trans women. Like, that's literally, like, there's like really not much else to say here besides, like, these people just, I don't know, want their own civil liberties and rights to suffer for the express purpose of just, like, saying fuck you to, like, 0.1 fucking % of the population. Like, it's actually, like, insane, dude. Just how many, like, how, like, little, like, how few people this fucking affects in particular. But these fucking losers are such fucking sore losers that they're just like, we just don't want to be affected by these damn transes, these damn trans women. Nah. And we just don't want to make sure that we don't suffer at their hands anymore. It's the most fucking stupid. Yeah, they just want an easy W because they have, like, nothing else to go off of because everyone else hates them for their fucking policies. Like, I don't know. There's really not much else to say here besides, well, the transphobia is the point, the cruelty is the point, and, these people are all fucking demons. Hey. Ligma. Man, a lot of people are really fucking obsessed with the horse girl game, I'll be honest. I keep seeing posts about the fucking horse girl game. I'll be honest. I don't even understand, like, what is up with this fucking horse girl game, right? Is it just like a whatever the fuck? I ain't your fucking horse girl. Nah. Nah. I refuse. Just because you said that, Zane, you're getting permanently banned. That's a permaban. Nah, it's a permaban. Your ass is now fucking grass. Permaban, I say nay. Keeps, like, handing out, like, the 1 second purges, the 1 second timeouts constantly so that you just can't post anything in chat for the rest of the stream. I will be that petty. Jesus Christ. All right. Oh my goodness. Now what is it? Ooh. I hope you see horses in your sleep. Nah. Listen, I don't dream about Keldeo. Like, okay, listen, this is like the only fucking horse that people really will care about. I particularly care about, okay? It's just this horse. Motherfucking Keldeo. This is the only horse to fucking care about right here, okay? Every other horse, who the fuck cares? Lopunny ain't a fucking horse. Lopunny is a rabbit. Fuck Mudsdale. Who the fuck cares about Mudsdale, okay? Who cares about Mudsdale? Mudsdale is fucking cringe. Oh man, it's got stamina. Pretty good ability. You wanna know who uses the ability stamina way better? Fucking Archaludon. Now that's a Pokemon. But it's all about, you know, Keldeo. The original horse Pokemon? What? Rapidash? Rapidash is fucking trash. Doo-doo butt cheek of Pokemon. Complete dog shit. Just ass. Terrible, terrible Pokemon. Who fuck cares about Ponyta? Who cares? Ass. Just booty cheeks. No fucking goddamn, what? Galarian version ain't gonna save that shit. It's over for that motherfucker. Okay, well, I said the evolved form of Ponyta, but whatever. Well, anywho. Memes aside. Gunman's life went downhill in months before fatal attack on Idaho firefighters. I guess there was a shooting in Idaho against a bunch of firefighters. Well, 07 to the firefighters. 20-year-old man had once aspired to be a firefighter and had only minor contacts with area police. Oh, why don't we take a look at this? A 20-year-old man's life appeared to have begun to unravel in the months before authorities say he fatally shot 2 firefighters and severely wounded a third as they responded to a wildfire near Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Wes Rowley was living out of his vehicle and his former roommate. Oh, he was fucking homeless. Yeah, fucking desperation and fucking homelessness breeds certain tendencies and behaviors in people. I'm starting to see where this is going to go. And his former roommate, TJ Franks Jr., said he shaved off his long hair and started to kind of go downhill. The two lived together for about 6 months in Sandpoint, Idaho, until Rowley moved out in January, Franks said on Monday. Rowley, who authorities say took his own life after Sunday's shootings in Kootenai County, County, Idaho, is suspected of killing 2 battalion chiefs whose firefighting careers in the state spanned nearly half a century combined. Damn. That's 2 fucking veterans right there. That's crazy. The deaths of Frank Harwood, 42, with Kootenai County Fire and Rescue, and John Morrison, 52, with the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department, have left their colleagues reeling, resulting in their departments adding law enforcement to every call, no matter how routine. I don't know that we're ever going to be able to guarantee people's peace of mind, at least for a while after an incident. A while after an incident like this, the Kootenai Fire Department Fire and Rescue Chief Christopher Way said. But we are taking every measure and we can to ensure safety for our responders. Okay, I'm trying to think. Like, yeah, this seems to be like basically a case of dude got like basically super desperate because of being homeless, living out in the fucking car. Was the guy trying to become a firefighter? Right, went downhill before fatal attack. He idolized firefighters. I think it said he wanted to grow up to be a firefighter. Did he try to be a firefighter, wasn't fucking successful, and that's what fucking happened? It's just, I don't know. The consequences of fucking capitalism, fucking breeding desperation into people for them to do, like, I don't know, unfortunate stuff like this. Rowley had set a fire using flint at Canfield Mountain. Huh. So he did some arson in order to bait out the firefighters. Okay. A popular recreation area, according to authorities. The firefighters who rushed to the scene found themselves under gunfire and took cover behind fire trucks. There was an interaction with the firefighters, the Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris said. It has something to do with his vehicle being parked where it was. 2 helicopters converged on the area, armed with snipers ready to take out the suspect if needed, while the FBI used his cell phone data to track him, and the sheriff ordered residents to shelter in place. They eventually found Rowley's body in the mountains, his firearm beside him. He had killed himself, the sheriff said. Rowley had once aspired to be a firefighter and had only a handful of minor contacts with area police, Norris said. A motive was still unknown, he said. He had ties to California and Arizona and was living in Idaho for the better part of 2024, although it was unclear why he was there, Norris said. When Rowley was living with Franks, his apartment cameras caught Rowley throwing gang signs at him, which worried Franks to the point that he called police. So you had potential gang affiliations here? Okay, interesting. The landlord also called Franks one morning because neighbors reported that Rowley's vehicle had been left running for about 12 hours. Frank said Rowley was asleep in his room and he forgot about the vehicle. Hours after Sunday's shooting, people gathered along Interstate 90 holding American flags to pay their respects to the 2 fallen firefighters' bodies were taken to the medical examiner's office in Spokane, Washington, about 35 miles from Coeur d'Alene. So, okay, I'm trying to think. Again, so far it seems like the dude was trying to be a firefighter, but he's, like, throwing out gang symbols. Was he a gang member? Probably not, right? Like, anyone could just, like, throw a gang symbol. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? It's interesting. It's curious. You know, not a lot to go off of here. I mean, it's sad that the fucking firefighters had to go. Like, he wanted to be a firefighter, but he probably failed into being a firefighter. That's all I can really fucking think of in particular for as to what's going on here, I think. He wanted to be a firefighter, probably could have been fucking affiliated with gangs. He does have connections in California. Was probably really poor and destitute as a result. I mean, he was living in his fucking car at one point, and as a result grew really fucking desperate, decided to do like a sort of lone wolf gunman ambush attack on some firefighters. That's like the read that I'm kind of making here, to be honest. Governor Brad Little ordered U.S. and Idaho state flags to be lowered to half staff to honor the firefighters until the day thereafter their memorial service. All our public safety officers, especially our firefighters, bravely confront danger on a daily basis. We have never seen such a heinous act of violence like this in our firefighters before, he said in a statement. Harwood, one of the victims of the shooting, had been with the county fire department for 17 years. Way said during a news conference on Monday. Harwood was married and had 2 children. He was also a veteran of the Army National Guard. Yeah, a lot of former veterans tend to do firefighting very often. Yeah, like, you know, it's it's just kind of unfortunate for someone else. They wrote like a sad story, sob story, and fucking everything, but it's like it's a little interesting. Morrison, who was also killed, started his career with the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department in 1996 and worked as a paramedic. Dave Tisdale, 47, a Coeur d'Alene Fire Department fire engineer, sustained gunshot wounds and was in critical condition. Authorities said he had 2 successful surgeries. Well, at least he lived, I suppose. That's good. We still are in shock and are struggling to understand why someone would target unarmed, selfless public servants, Coeur d'Alene's mayor, Woody McEvers, said. By Monday afternoon, the fire was reasonably contained and responders had stopped significant forward progress, Way said. The Idaho Department of Land said it had burned about 26 acres 10.5 hectares. I'm trying to, like, think, like, yeah, like, it's a little weird. Like, the only thing I could think of here is he's economically destitute, tried to be a fucking firefighter, was unsuccessful, and as a result decided to do a lone fucking gunman attack out of spite is all I can really think of here. I don't know, like, consequences of, like, capitalism yet again, maybe? I'm not sure if it really has anything to do with that in particular. Maybe this guy was just, like, a fucking lunatic or something. I'm trying to think of, like, what else could possibly have, like, led to this, and I'm drawing fucking blanks here. It's just, like, honestly, it's just fucking sad, I'll be honest here. I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides, like, yeah, press F to pay respects, 07 to these Idaho firefighters. And, I mean, it's unfortunate they ended up being, like, the unfortunate victims to this, seemingly, like, economically destitute individual who, if I were to take a guess, could have failed in becoming a firefighter because of, gang affiliation, if I were to take a guess. And that's ultimately why he decided to probably do an attack like this. Decided to do some arson to bait the firefighters and, well, basically ambush them with a gun, seemingly out of spite. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just sad and unfortunate, to be honest. Man, dude, it's just it's unfortunate. It's just a little unfortunate there, bud. What the fuck is this, Putis? What are you doing? Putis, you're never on this light. What the fuck are you doing here, huh? No, that's not how you spell Putis. Yeah, we're talking about Diddy. Wait, yeah, it's Friday, puto. Well, yeah, what do you want, huh? Shut your fucking puto ass up. Coming from the guy who's a Forzen fan, okay? Nice fucking meme. Everyone point at the Fordnet. Point at him. Point at this motherfucker, the Fordnet. Bro is a fucking Forzen fan. Point. Fuck you. Forzen fan. Forzen fan. Forzen fan. Fuck you, Forzen. Imagine being a Forzen fan in the year of our Lord, 2025. Very cool. By proxy, a P. Diddy fan? You know what? I'll be dishonest. Sure. Yeah, by proxy, P. Diddy fan. Being a tax evasion fan is better than Diddy. Who the fuck said I'm a Diddy fan? The story that happened and we're talking about it. Fucking putis. This fucking putis over here. This fucking puto. Everyone, ban the puto. Ban the super puto. Kill him. Puto, that's not even how you spell putis. Fuck you. You're just doing that to be fucking cringe. I'm never not gonna find you saying puto funny. Yeah, puto. Yeah, puto, actually, yeah. Poo, and then toe. Shut your fucking dumbass up. Everyone, just keep calling the Fordnet a puta, okay? Because he's puta. The dumbass puta of the Fordnet. Point and laugh at the puta of the Fordnet. Puta. Puta. Puta the Fortnite. Point at him.
Let me tell you something important, Raiden. You're a normie and a beta male cuck.
I'm not fucking Raiden, dumbass. Typical fucking puto. Yeah, you know, there's also putain. That's also like a French word, for example, right? Listen, no one cares about fucking pendejo, okay? Shut the fuck up. Who cares about pendejo? That's too many fucking goddamn syllables. Shut your dumb ass up, boy meets Minnie. You'd love some poutine? Putain. I don't know, go to Quebec or something. Or you can just call, I don't know, the Fortnite. Cringe! Cringe.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors.
But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers.
Do it.
Okay.
I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
That Max Story video will never not be funny, dude. Never not be funny, bro. Alright, well, let's fucking do this dumbass shit right now. Alright. Diddy. P. Diddy. Puff Daddy. Sean Combs Diddy. Takeaways from the verdict in P. Diddy's federal sex trafficking trial. Right? This is like the dumbass shit that all the soy dumbass idiots like to, I don't know, like beat Hassan over the head with, all because of like a tweet that he made as like a joke. Like from 12 years ago or something. Whatever. He's just like, what? Got like, he's always been like a pretty sussy guy, you know? Not a good dude. There was like that one, I think it was in 2018, right? Footage of him like abusing this one sex worker, I think. Cassie Ventura. And I think he's guilty of that shit. But a lot of the other stuff he was allowed to walk on. Alright, why don't we just take a look here. Sean Diddy Combs was denied bail on Wednesday after the jury in his federal sex trafficking trial returned its verdict, convicting him on 2 lesser charges of transportation to engage in prostitution, but clearing the hip-hop mogul of the most serious charges. Well, I guess that's a wrap, folks, huh? You know, not really much else to say here besides the bigger stuff. They aren't going to fucking get him on, but that's all about, like, this sort of, like, minor shit. So, okay, whatever. The verdict is to some extent a win for Combs, who will avoid the worst case scenario. If he had been convicted of the more serious charges of racketeering, conspiracy, or sex trafficking, so that's the RICO stuff, basically, Combs would have faced up to life in prison. Instead, he faces a maximum sentence of 20 years, though could serve a shorter sentence. He's not getting the full 20. There's no fucking way, right? I think the 2 things he got charged on, right, is like a combination of like 10 years maximum each. There's no way he's gonna serve the full fucking 10 for either of those. There's no way, right? I mean, you know, he's rich. He's a hip-hop mogul. This is more so like, I don't know, a highlighting of like the sort of 2-tier justice system that exists within the United States of America, where if you're rich, you're able to get away with basically fucking anything, to be honest. So it's unfortunate. It's a bit of a paradox because here we have Sean Combs, who had just been convicted of 2 federal felonies, said CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Yeah, Ellie Honig. And for all practical purposes, he has won. He has defeated the Southern District of New York. Prosecutors accused Combs of leading a criminal enterprise made up of some of his closest employees, alleging they used threats, violence, forced labor, bribery, and other crimes to force Cassandra Cassie Ventura and another woman, Jane, to engage in drug-fueled sex acts while male escorts called freak-offs or hotel nights Male Knights? Jesus, why was I saying that? Combs pleaded not guilty to 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sexual trafficking, and 2 counts of transportation for prostitution. His lawyers argue the sex acts were consensual and merely preferences. Yeah, and this is like the whole problem here with like the US justice system, broadly speaking, is you can make that fucking argument, and if the prosecution is not able to fucking prove that to the fucking jury in any way, shape, and form, Diddy will be able to not get fucking charged for any of that and can walk away from that, right? Because, you know, guilty, you know, innocent until proven guilty kind of a deal, and the idea of like, well, you know, underlying kind of reasoning and shit like that like lawyers argue all the fucking time when it comes to you know, cases especially like this, because I know that's what ended up happening with the jury, right? So, you know, he can essentially like argue like, okay, well, I mean, you don't have any proof that this is actually what like fucking happened, but do you have like any film or anything like that saying like that these like drug-fueled sex parties happened? Because it was always like a rumor with P. Diddy in particular, right? Like people knew, but they didn't have any evidence. It's just a kind of a thing that was like that swirled around the industry. It's like, yeah, you know that like P. Diddy was like a freak with it, but there was like no able to prove to it to like a jury of peers, so they were not able to say like convict him based off of like enough evidence, is essentially what happened. While trying to undermine the hip-hop mogul's accusers by contending they were trying to gain a monetary benefit from Combs. And that's like another thing as well. They can just say like, you know, they're just trying to do this for the money. It's all the same shit with like Me Too shit, right? This is the exact same line of argumentation. Here are the takeaways from the jury's verdict. Combs can claim some vindication. Combs and his defense team surely hoped he would be acquitted on all counts, but the verdict Wednesday is something of a boon for a star defendant who has seen his reputation diminish in the face of repeated accusations of wrongdoing. His acquittals on racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of sex trafficking are striking when looked within the contents of the defendant's fall from grace. 2 years ago, Ventura filed a lawsuit claiming Combs had raped and physically and emotionally abused her. Yeah, like, the thing is like, it's just like another blow on like a potential like Me Too sort of a case here, right? Because again, another powerful man is going to be able to get away with it, because again, it's just like, yeah, content warning, sexual abuse and whatnot, shit like that, whatever. Yeah, like people are going to be able to like people like P. Diddy are going to be able to get away with like shit like this simply due to the fact that he is powerful. He has like a lot of money for like lawyers. And again, he can like throw so much like bullshit into the wind and say like, well, you don't have like any proof or like a video or anything like this to prove that this happened. Like there's like no rape kit or whatever or anything, right? And that's like the fucking problem with shit like this, right? It makes it so difficult to prove. Oh Jesus. That makes it like so difficult to prove like anything like any kind of like wrongdoing on the side of like P. Diddy, because like honestly, P. Diddy is probably the type of guy who would have done something like this. Let's be honest here, he's a very, very powerful person within fucking hip hop. But again, if you can't prove it to the fucking jury, it's over, right? Like they're just gonna acquit him on the fucking charges because it's just like, yeah, there's not enough evidence to prove any of this stuff. Combs agreed to settle the lawsuit a day later. His attorney said it was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Sure. Ventura's lawsuit was only the beginning. More accusers came forward with allegations against Combs. And in March 2024, heavily armed federal agents searched the producer's homes in Los Angeles and Florida. 2 months later, CNN published hotel surveillance footage captured 8 years earlier showing Combs physically assaulting Ventura in an elevator lobby at a Los Angeles hotel. Footage included as part of the prosecution's case for sex trafficking as to Ventura. So I believe that this, like, in terms of the minor sort of cases, that's what did him in, basically, because they can't really do anything about that. Can't disprove this fucking, like, surveillance footage. So he was fucking cooked there, like, 1000%. But, like, you can throw so much fucking doubt into the wind about, like, oh, was the actual purpose for this for, like, sex trafficking, drug-fueled parties as is being alleged here? well, you don't have any evidence to say that, and you can make that argument to a jury, and it's just like, well, not enough evidence has been presented by the prosecution, so we can acquit P. Diddy of this shit. Now, while the verdict is mixed, Combs can claim some vindication on being cleared of the most serious charges. Regardless of what anyone thinks of Sean Combs, the simple fact is, as of right now, in the eyes of the law, he has not been convicted of a crime of violence, said CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams. He has not been convicted of the far more serious, life-eligible crimes that he was charged with. Prosecutor's RICO case comes up short. The verdict shows prosecutors failed to prove racketeering conspiracy, and while the jury's reasoning is not known, experts told CNN prior to deliberations that prosecutors' greatest challenge would be securing a conviction on this charge. That jurors found Combs not guilty shows that they were unconvinced, either of the existence of a so-called enterprise, a key piece of any racketeering case, or that he and others committed the underlying crimes that would support a conviction. Right, like, yeah, basically the thing that I've been saying. There's, like, an idea that P. Diddy did, like, some sussy stuff, but there's no, like, tangible evidence. There's no paper trail to be able to follow, right? It's just, like, you kind of know there's, like, rumors about it, right? That I've, like, swirled around since, like, I don't know, like, decades ago at this point, but there's, like, nothing in order to be able to, like, prove it sort of, like, tangibly. The charge comes from the Racketeer Influence and Corruption Organizations Act, or RICO, which was passed by Congress in 1970 to prosecute organized crime. Racketeering is not a single specific crime, but a framework for prosecuting many different crimes. In a RICO case, these are called predicate acts. In Combs' case, prosecutors specifically argued the defendant and members of his inner circle had engaged in crimes involving kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery, and sex trafficking. To convict, jurors would have needed to find Combs and at least one other person committed at least 2 predicate acts within a 10-year window. The use of RICO in Combs' case, while not entirely novel, was unusual in that he was charged alone. Yeah, that's the fucking issue here. A lot of what happens in U.S. law significantly cares about precedent. Like, precedent is basically fucking king. It's really difficult to establish, like, I don't know, sort of like new patterns and trends in terms of, like, U.S. justice and fucking law. So again, a lot of, like, what the defendants can do is sort of, like, throw a lot of doubt into the fucking wind, saying, like, oh, it's a little weird that, like, my defendant here is sort of, like, being the only one that's, like, being prosecuted here. Like, normally with, like, most RICO stuff, there's, like, multiple people that are getting sort of, you know, sort of prosecuted here again. So it's a little fucking weird. And, you know, they can, like, again, because, like, generally speaking, like, the main thing here is like, if the prosecution doesn't have enough evidence, it makes it a lot easier for the defense to be like, what do you mean here? Like, what you're just alleging is, like, complete fucking nonsense, right? Like, you don't have any basis or evidence for any of this stuff, right? That's, like, the main issue. Jurors did not hear direct testimony from many of the people who had been members of the alleged enterprise, namely his closest employees, like his chief of staff or some of his security guards. And legal analysts have wondered whether the evidence presented at trial had clearly linked Combs' alleged criminal acts to an enterprise. Oh, so thanks for the follow, Sock Now. I appreciate that, bud. In their closing argument, the government offered jurors a roadmap outlining the charge, the elements needed to prove it, and the parts of their case that would support a conviction. Still, the argument did not persuade jurors. Mixed verdicts on charges tied to freak-offs and hotel nights. Combs' acquittal on sex trafficking charges is a big blow to the prosecutors for the Southern District of New York and to his accusers, Ventura and a woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane, each of whom spent days testifying, recounting years of abuse they said they suffered from Combs. But again, this is, like, the main problem with, like, a lot of Me Too cases. If there's not enough, like, I don't know, evidence in order to be able to, like, prove these things, all you can operate off of is a lot of circumstantial stuff, which isn't enough to really, like, deem someone as fucking guilty in terms of cases like this. It's like the same shit with like Israel Palestine, for example, right? With like the rapes that Hamas more than likely did. Again, like the UN said themselves that Hamas more than likely did rape people on October 7th. That is without a doubt. The problem is that we don't have the sort of like evidence in order to be able to prove that, and we can only operate based off of circumstantial fucking evidence to, well, bring such a fucking verdict because of the fact that Israel has made it harder for the UN in order to be able to, well, do those particular fucking investigations. So again, they have to operate off of circumstantial evidence. That's what that fucking shit means. But, you know, a sort of similar case, it can happen here. And that can be, like, convincing to, like, a jury or not. It's, you know, complete shit show. While prosecutors accused Combs of sex trafficking as a predicate act under the umbrella of racketeering conspiracy, they also charged her with separate counts of sex trafficking, one each for Ventura and Jane. To prove sex trafficking, prosecutors need to prove Combs compelled the women to participate in commercial sex acts through force, fraud, or coercion. And jurors were presented with a myriad of examples of alleged physical violence and financial control. Regarding Ventura, prosecutors contended physical force was illustrated in one instance by the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance footage showing Combs assaulting Ventura in 2016, first published by CNN. Yeah, there's like that footage video. We can like find that shit, right? Testimony by both women suggested some level of financial professional control. Ventura signed to Combs' record label at just 19, and prosecutors argued he controlled her career. Jane, meanwhile, testified she and Combs entered into a love contract where he agreed to pay her $10,000 rent, but that he threatened to cut her off financially if she stopped participating in hotel nights. Oh, okay. Is there no, like, financial paper trail for stuff like this? I feel like there's definitely got to be a way to be able to fucking prove this. You know, like, show, like, a wire of the fucking money, for example, right? Like, this could potentially be an easy sort of, like, slam dunk case. But does she not have the fucking records or anything? Like, that... Like, yeah, like, you know, like... Unfortunate, unlucky, because this wasn't convincing enough to, like, a potential jury. Like, she must have just not had any of the fucking evidence. Maybe it's like you could, like, because you could prove the wiring of the $10,000, right? That's probably not very difficult. You can get like bank statements and stuff like that, right? Totally, for sure. But like the love contract stuff, I mean, that's like technically something that's probably a lot more difficult to sort of prove, right? But this shit, like, this should be like a slam dunk, right? Combs' attorneys had acknowledged physical abuse, but argued throughout the trial that domestic violence did not amount to sex trafficking. I mean, technically speaking, they are correct there, right? Domestic violence does not mean you are sex trafficking someone, right? Like, it is correlative, right? Certainly can be, but it is not sort of like concrete evidence to say that there was someone who's being sex trafficked in that instance, right? Like in Andrew Tate's case, for example. Like, there was very clear and obvious evidence that Andrew Tate was being coercive and was doing fraudulent things to the women that he was sex trafficking, which is why he got caught with fucking sex trafficking. And he was also domestically abusive to the women that he had in his sort of, I don't know, tenure, care. I guess we can use those words in particular. Sure, whatever. But, like, just domestic violence alone, that does not necessarily amount to sex trafficking. Now, this can definitely amount to sex trafficking. This $10,000 sort of rent. But, I mean, technically speaking, then, like, I guess Diddy's lawyers could fucking argue that this is, like, a sort of, like, sugar baby kind of a deal that Diddy decided to enter within, you know, I guess by the term of like love contract. Again, it's like really, it's a lot easier for like the defendant in this case to be able to sort of do this without like some form of like hardcore tangible fucking evidence, right? And that's like the main fucking issue here. Like, And why it's like really difficult for like Me Too stuff to be fucking prosecuted very, very often, because you can only operate off of like circumstantial evidence, for example. That's the main fucking issue, right? Prosecutors also told the jury they weren't suggesting every freak-off and hotel night were instances of sex trafficking. Both Ventura and Jane testified they were willing to try the sexual encounters in the beginning of their relationships with Combs. The jury's verdict suggests prosecutors did not provide the elements needed to convict, like the force, fraud, and coercion. Yeah, they just didn't have the fucking evidence. Although, like, honestly, like, this could be fucking coercive here, right? The $10,000 rent? That could certainly be an element that sort of can argue in the point of, like, coercion for fucking potential sex trafficking. But they did not have any wires or statements or anything? Like, nothing? Like, that's fucking unfortunate, then. My heart in this moment is going out to Casey, said Dream Hampton, the executive producer of Surviving R. Kelly. I cannot imagine what she's feeling. I'm afraid that with Puff walking, the more serious charges that he's, not only him, the whole entire discourse. I just wonder what we're going to learn from this, Hampton added. Combs was convicted, however, on 2 charges of transportation to engage in prostitution, each of which pertained to Ventura and Jane and the men Combs paid to have sex with them. Those charges were more straightforward than the other, and prosecutors merely needed to prove that the people crossed state lines to engage in prostitution. Yeah, like, that's, like, way, way fucking easier to prove, right? Because you can just get, like, I don't know, like, particular, like, records of, like, people who went into, like, a fucking hotel room, right? Because you can know where their location is from based off of, like, identifiers that they use in order to go to the fucking hotel rooms. Yeah, that's, like, that's more of, like, an easy sort of slam dunk. I'm still surprised about the $10,000 rent stuff. Like, this can certainly present, like, an element of fucking coercion here, to be honest. But, yeah, it's just fucking unfortunate, to be honest, that it wasn't enough. Both women testified to having freak-offs or hotel nights in a variety of locales, and prosecutors presented documents that bolstered that testimony, including flight records, American Express charges, and hotel invoices for Combs' former girlfriends and the men. Huh, interesting. That wasn't enough? Crazy. I guess it really needed to be the wire for, like, the $10,000 rent. I'm surprised still that they must have had that provided in the evidence. Like, that's, like, the one thing that I have, like, a biggest question about, to be honest. What was clear throughout this trial was acts of prostitution that were supported by airplane records, payments, and so on. Information that would be just be hard to deny. Yeah, that's a good point, Alex. Yeah, juries can be pieces of shit too. That's entirely true. Like, it could have been a bunch of, like, P. Diddy fans or some shit, and they could have just been like, well, you know, I don't know if this is, like, necessarily enough, right? Like, I don't know. Said Williams. There were sex acts, no one disputes that, and they were paid for, and there's a paper trail linking the defendant to them. That was more straightforward for the prosecution to prove compared to some of the other things. Prior to trial, Combs' defense unsuccessfully lobbied for the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, which stem from the Mann Act, to be dismissed, citing the statute's racist origins. I don't know, I understand the play here. That's gonna be a fucking tough one, I'm gonna be honest here. Attorneys for Combs have previously accused the government of racism, allegations the government denied. And I don't think this is, you know, listen, okay, we're gonna be a little anti-woke, okay? We're gonna be dark woke here, okay? Listen, can't just fucking throw racism at fucking everything, okay? Listen, in this particular case, I don't fucking think so. I don't think it's about fucking racism for this one, okay? Like, there's evidence of, like, and, like, paper trails and stuff of, like, P. Diddy fucking doing this shit and organizing this fucking shit. So, like, yeah, I don't think so. They got the fucking hotel records and everything, you know? Doug Wigdor, Ventura's attorney, acknowledged Wednesday's verdict was not the exact outcome we wanted in an interview with CNN. Well, that's for sure. Cassie prompted this investigation, and now Sean Combs stands before the court as a convicted felon of 2 federal crimes. He faces significant incarceration, he said. Combs' legal troubles are far from over. While the verdict marks the beginning of the end of one legal chapter for Combs, he still faces legal trouble. Most immediately, he'll face sentencing for the prostitution charges for which he was convicted Wednesday. Each carries up to 10 years, but CNN legal analysts indicated it's possible he serves less. More than likely, right? The defense will probably argue that he should get less because of, I don't know, like, good behavior or some shit. Whatever. Could be a bunch of fucking nonsense. Certainly very few people are ever sentenced to the top of the statutory maximum, Williams said. So we should get the 10-year or 20-year figure out of our heads. But he will go to jail for some time. Sentencing will be scheduled at a later date. Judge Arun Subramanian said in court Wednesday he denied Combs' bail when it wasn't mandatory before the trial and sees no reason to reach the opposite conclusion now. Yeah, listen. Yeah, it's actually, this is secretly Arun Ano. Obviously, he's the judge in the P Diddy case. The judge quoted the defense at different instances when Combs' lawyers acknowledged his violence towards his former girlfriends. At trial, the defense conceded the defendant's violence in personal relationships, saying it happened in relation to Cassie Ventura and Jane. Subramanian said. Subramanian also said there was also violence and illegal conduct after the searches on Combs' homes, when he was aware he was under investigation. This highlights a disregard for the rule of law and a propensity of violence, he said. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said the judge is correct in his decision to keep Combs in detention, saying the music mogul is an extremely violent man with an extraordinarily dangerous temper who has shown no remorse and no regret for his multiple victims. I mean, you know, normally speaking, like, this line of thought would be racist. But, like, in the case of P. Diddy, I don't know. We've seen the fucking hotel lobby footage, right? We've seen the people have seen it before, right? I've also seen that shit before. There seems like he's kind of violent. I like, you know, sometimes you gotta call a spade, you know? Subramanian had asked the defense attorneys and prosecutors to submit letters on their positions about the possibility of releasing Combs ahead of the bail hearing. Mr. Combs has been given his life by this jury, defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, sure, said in court earlier this morning as he argued for the judge to allow his client to return home. Oh, that's cool. Well, I guess he's going to walk free. Prosecutors in their letter, or they're going to try to make him walk free. Whatever. Prosecutors in their letter to the judge said Combs faces a maximum range of 51 to 63 months in prison, according to their preliminary calculation, but it may be higher at sentencing. The possibility of a substantial sentence such as this is a significant factor in asserting the risk of flight, the letter says. Earlier, an attorney for central witness Ventura had requested the court keep Combs detained until he is sentenced on the transportation to engage in prostitution charges. Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as to the community. Ventura's attorney, Wigdor, wrote in a letter. At the bail hearing, Agnifilo said the jury had acquitted Combs of the most serious charges and that Combs has been a model prisoner since he was detained, and he has done everything his lawyers asked of him. Right, yeah, which is going to look pretty good to the fucking judge, for example. Talking about, like, how he's a model prisoner and all that fucking bullshit. This is a very, very common thing to happen. He came here, he faced the court, he's been decent with the court each and every day, and he just deserves the chance, Agnifilo said. Tene Garagos, another one of Combs' attorneys, made comments outside the New York courthouse, thanking the jury for putting such great care into this case. I also have been saying this since the beginning of this case. Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anyone. I'm pressing X to doubt on that one. I've been saying this for months, Garagos said. We've said it with each lawsuit that came out, and to date, that's how was proven untrue. Yeah, the typical, evangelist, as expected, this constantly happens to fucking powerful people who get, acquitted of, the worst things possible, right? Yeah, same thing in, Me Too cases as well. This is a thing that happens all the time. It's a lot easier for very powerful people to walk off because they just have the power in order to be able to get that. Star power, media sort of ability, shit like that. Blah, 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 blah. The attorney added he has not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today. Well, it's more so there just hasn't been enough evidence to suggest that he hasn't done that, right? Combs still faces a raft of civil lawsuits. Nearly 70 have been filed so far, with several as recent as last week, accusing Combs of further wrongdoing, including sexual assault. Combs has denied all the allegations. Notably, civil claims carry a lower burden of proof. In the criminal trial... Oh, right, of course. Because these were federal cases, which may have a higher standard of proof that is needed, right? Yeah. In the criminal... So he could potentially get cooked civilly, but federally, he's probably going to be... it's not going to be that bad for him, kind of a deal. In the criminal trial, jurors need to find Combs guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But in a civil case, the proof only needs to meet what's called a preponderance of the evidence, or more likely than not. And yeah, it's been updated with several developments. So I guess that's the sort of main thing. Obviously, P. Diddy still has a bunch of civil lawsuits against him, right? What are some of the civil lawsuits? Flurry of civil cases, what do we got here? Client's perspective, 400 new potential civil claimants. Jesus. 37 fucking people are bringing 400 potential civil claims against him. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Influx of phone calls, right? Call center throughout his company, which based in Billings, Montana. Long before allegations began mounting on Combs, the center used to sift through callers' grievances about legal issues ranging from natural disaster recovery to sexual assault claims, assisting law firms while processing complaints for litigation by marketing a hotline as an avenue through which firms can obtain potential clients. According to the company's website, Reciprocity employs more than 150 legal intake professionals, and the company's services have been retained for over 500 law firms in the U.S. Damn. So, yeah, I guess in terms of the civil cases... Yeah, P. Diddy ain't exactly out of it yet, but in terms of the federal stuff, well, the worst possible stuff, he gets to dodge a bullet, basically, on that one. And, there's more so, I don't know, I know a lot of people did, the fucking Boondocks comparison of, black people, celebrating, R. Kelly being released from prison or some shit, and it's, a meme, and people are doing the whole, yeah, oh, this is totally, a connection, dude. Yeah. The Boondocks totally, predicted that this would happen. I always find those, really annoying, but it's just, it's kind of crazy that there was a bunch of P. Diddy fans celebrating his not guilty verdict, even though he was found guilty on, 2 of the more minor charges of transportation and prostitution, because that was, proven pretty much without a shadow of a doubt. The 2 other things, again, a lot more difficult to fucking allege, right? Which would have basically completely cooked him, but it's whatever. Yeah, this shit's pretty dumb. They were doing dances and shit like that outside of the fucking goddamn courthouse in celebration for this. Even though honestly he's not out of it yet. P. Diddy is obviously a piece of shit. He's a very powerful man who has coerced people to do terrible things for the express purpose of I don't know, his own hedonism, more or less. We all know the meme, it happened during the Me Too era and stuff like that. But I mean, mostly it's shows pretty threadbare how it's a lot easier for more powerful people to be able to get away with potentially heinous crimes. Now it's not obviously over yet. I think he might be cooked civilly more, but the punishment there is not going to be obviously as severe in terms of the civil offenses. But there's a lot of them though, 400 different fucking civil cases. That's going to be, a complete shit show for, I don't know, P. Diddy to have to go through and deal with. But yeah, I mean, more or less at this point, it's just like a sort of like a showcase of like how like the two-tiered justice system more or less works in favor of the fucking rich. Obviously, in terms of race, it's also like really, really bad. But that's like we're talking about a completely different thing. We're talking about like, you know, people who have a lot more money, power, and resources, how they can a lot more easily throw doubt into the wind of a lot of different like particular allegations and like a sort of cases because of the fact that they can easily afford to do stuff like that, and they have like the sort of like star power and acumen in order to be able to do that, and like sort of like a public ingratiation as a result. And I mean, that's like that certainly seems to be part of the case for fucking P. Diddy at this point. Like, he was able to escape a lot more of the severe stuff. Of course, like, there's still the civil stuff, but that's going to be a complete, like, different shit show in itself. So I guess for the time being, like, the two-tier justice system, as always, for the fucking United States of America, being laid out threadbare as always, you know? It's a lot easier for those who are rich in order to be able to get acquitted, in order to be able to get, like, not guilty charges and stuff like that. And, you know, it's a lot of, like, double standard-ass bullshit as always. You hate to fucking see it, as always. You always hate to fucking see it, to be honest. And we are all good in the hood. Alright. Who the fuck are we raiding into today? Oh man, 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 oh man. Why don't we raid out to Doodle Burp? A burp that doodles. Let's raid out to them. Alright, dorks, raid messages. You know what to say! Try and stride with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you're the Wowee with the Daho raid buff. So we show appreciation to those who are into Any Case Gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And what we're gonna... Aqua Hideout. Seafloor Cavern is next. So Team Aqua is next. And then we are going to keep yapping about more shit. You know how it is. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.